Hey, what's going on? Good morning. Hey, rise and grind. It's time to get up. No, 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 we're not sleeping in today. Getting up Thursday morning. You know how it goes. That time again, we're just getting started over here. Listen, I'm limping. You like this HP bar? Ugh, it's alright. It'll be the HP bar will return. You know? It appears I don't have any bandages. So maybe the inn will sell me some bandage. I doubt it though. I'm a troll. Only one of the two vendors in there likes me, and if one of them sells vendors, it's going to be the one that doesn't like me. We'll see. Let's see how it goes. You don't like me. She likes me. All she got is like booze. Packets of Keola sap. Alright, anyway. Let's get somewhere where they do have bandages. Luckily I'm a troll, right? Troll regen does a lot. I got into some exciting 2v1 combat last night on this tune. I'm hurting so bad, but you should see the other guys. um, Everybody survived. It was one of those. It was just a skirmish, you know? A little skirmish, ain't no thing. When I logged in, I was like 4% with a dot. It's alright. You would have figured I would have zoned so low that I lost all buffs and dots, but no, I had to zone one more time. Let the dot tick one more time and zone, and I cleared it all. It was fun. It was a wizard plus a druid. I had the wizard ancient cyclops. I had the wizard so low through the whole repeatedly so low, but the druid came, and I just couldn't seal the deal anymore. I could have just harm touched, I guess, but it didn't happen. The harm touch still up. You have a damage shield? Saw that red text, but I didn't read it. You ever do that? You ever just like zone out and just look for the colors in your chat box? Like, oh, I must have dealt damage. I saw yellow colored text. Or stuff like that. Little life tap, yeah. It's a little bit. What's the game volume? Is that too loud? Did I turn that down a little bit? Anyway, it's going to be a nice Thursday morning stream over here. You know how we do. Every Thursday it's a little rise and grind. We do it big here on red99. My favorite server. If I want to simulate any sort of elf activities, troll behavior, I'm here. Am I using the right microphone? Can you hear me this time? I know that I think it was probably last Tuesday. Not the other day, but a week ago. I did my whole intro, I'm chatting it up, and then I find out that nobody can hear me. I turned the mic on, but I turned the mic that doesn't work on, the built-in mic that like picks up like half a decibel only. I don't know. So that was a little frustrating, but hey, on the YouTube replay of it, I cut out all that embarrassing part, you know? That's the benefit over there. There you go. But the chat in OBS was just showing a black screen. I just refreshed it, and now I can see. I don't know if anybody said anything already. I missed it, but at least now I have a window here that shows where chat would be. You know. All right. Enough playing with that. Let's get some bandages. I'm gonna level up well adjusted today. So why not? Rise and grind. You gotta. Sometimes the hardest part is just picking an alt, right? They can't make it easy for me. It can't be Luckland. I just grind AAs on my main, you know? They can't make it easy like that. Anyway, I got the Mr. Burns mug. Boo Earns. Excellent. Hope everybody out there's been having a fantastic week. You know the weekend's right around the corner when Rise and Grind rolls around on a Thursday, right? We get through today, got Friday. That's the weekend, you know? Friday's the end of the week, so that's the weekend, right? Right after that. Almost there. KH fan, what's going on? How you been? Good to see you. Hey, the caps locks just makes me think you're really hyped to be here right now, and I appreciate it. You know, I just got a Ring of the Ancients. If anybody wants some J boots, today might be the day. Got a Ring of the Ancients, something I've been lacking. I like gave away like all the Ring of the Ancients I had recently. Well, I shouldn't say all. All the ones that were like convenient. If I got a Ring on the Ancients on something that's like on Kunark, that's not convenient. I'd probably be better off just trying to get a new one than like coming back. That's fine. Let's see. Let's see what we got down here. I did have two shadow rapiers on corpses also down by the guards. Let's see if they're still there or if it's been too long. Okay, they're still there for 1 day, 2 days. Okay, we're good. Hey, in the next couple of days, anybody wants some shadow rapiers? We're gonna go. Gonna do J-boot, the J-boot party. You went to Kanos and killed them all like you were Fippy? Nice. Yeah, what did he do? How'd it go? You watched him path after that? When you cleared Kanos on your Monk Shadow Knight Beast Lord? THJ? You're doing the... Nice. I love that. That's the experiment that we all like wanted to do. You're living the dream over there. Where's bandages? Bandages. Let's get like a couple stack. Four stacks. How about that? I'm gonna drop off this froglock meat in the bin, etc., etc. Really, everything? I have more stuff. Okay. I'll drop off these spore mushrooms. You found it goes to random places far enough in North Kanos, then run back to his original spawn point, and then do it again. But then he goes to a different part. You see him go near the Monk Guild, Cleric Guild, Pally Guild. Wow. Wow, I never would have expected multiple paths. You think he would just like do his thing and then maybe like cheer, then maybe like despawn or something. I don't know. I don't know what I thought. It's very interesting. Thank you for notifying me of that, as they say. Oh yeah, just dropping off meat. Drop off. I'll have a little bit of room in the bags. Sheesh, my banks are full, huh? Drop off 11 flat for good measure. You did it a few minutes ago? Nice. Glad to hear it. Shit, you know what? I should buy some pummices too. I only got a couple on me. It'd be cool if like you could see him level up or something. You know, he completes his quest and then you hear the music and you see him ding. It's like, he can rest. Imagine then he never spawns again or something. He completes his quest. They're just waiting for you, KH fan. Wild. Alright, anyways, let's see here. I want some XP on well adjusted. And we're gonna go down to Guck. I love Guck. I don't know exactly what my goal with well adjusted is. I might even level him all the way to 60 or something. Just never know. Never know what I'm gonna do. But right now, as a 52 troll Shadow Knight, well adjusted is quite the infamous beast. You know what I mean? I've been slaying folks on this guy since I made the tune, which was a while ago. This was like my level 10 Shadow Knight for a long time. He was doing good as a level 10 Shadow Knight, but then one day I got bored and I leveled him up a bit. And then he was doing good as like my level 20 something Shadow Knight or something like that. Anyway, see now I'm level 52. It's just something to do. I got a level 30 Shadow Knight. I got a level 16 Shadow Knight right now, but I think I want him down to 15. I have a level 46 Shadow Knight, but I want him back down to like... No, maybe I want the 16 one to 20, and I want the 46 down to 15. I got plans. I'm making moves. I'm making Shadow Knight moves in the shadows. Get all the buffs back on. Refresh J boost before I go inside. Now we go inside. Let's see what we see in there. Haven't been to Guck all morning. I just logged in North Row. Crossed the desert. I limped through the desert. I was injured. Quite. But I'm better. I got better. This is the fast way through Upper Guck. If you don't know, just, hey, watch and learn. I'll show you all the Guck secrets. I know them all. Maybe not all. I know all the secrets I know. If there's other secrets, they're so secret I don't know them. But this way is faster than the other way. Confirmed. think anybody's in Lower Guck, that'd be exciting times. I saw Ship It down there last night, but he gated out. I haven't seen Ship It in like over a year. I remember the name, but I don't remember the details. He was like a druid or a cleric. I think he's a halfling. I didn't see him last night. I just saw him on the Slash Who very briefly. And then there was a frenzy up with a sash. Got the sash, me and big crack, you know. Let's see. So these are one of those is dark green, one of those is light green. See what we got up top. Same stuff that was up top last night, right? A bunch of wand pools, dark green. So that looks untouched. Let me go look at Frenzy. Like I said, Frenzy was getting messed with. It must have been because Frenzy was up. Bloodthirsty, huh? Can't stand those. There we go. Did I proc on it? Oh yeah, I procced on it. That's why it was so easy. Okay. Get some HP. Let's get some mana. This is gonna be a tough fight. I'm gonna have to actually like clear base. I don't have Rest the Dead yet. Oh boy. Maybe that's something I should rise and grind, huh? Spells I'm missing. I should grind over there hammer. Or worker's sledge, whatever it's called. You know? Kind of an essential. Get it all dotted up. Maybe I'll just use the rest of my mana spamming life taps. Luckily I got a proc. Got a proc early in the fight too. And now it's fleeing. We're good. Overpowered weapon is overpowered. It's just in. You know? Love that thing. Too bad it doesn't proc until like level 20 or whatever. I'm level 50, not level 20. I'm like thinking wishful thinking. What I meant to say is I wish it procced at level 20 or something. But it does not. Alright. Bought all these band-aids. Make some use out of them. How's everybody's week going so far? an exciting loot from the last weekend's bonus, which only just recently ended, right? It ended like Tuesday or Wednesday. I'm not exactly sure. That's a nice weekend. And it goes all the way to like midweek. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, we love that. Love to see it. And I guess the big question is, what's my bind wound skill? 2. A couple more bandages. I'll have to actually sit. The added benefit of meditating mana at the same time. I was hoping for a skill up, but hey. 87 intelligence, you don't always get what you want. Skill up wise. It is what it is. Alright. Alright. Let's think about it. These two are dead. So I could basically fear kite. This one might add, depending on where he is, where it paths and where he is. But this one is the one I really don't want to add. That's the hard one. Dargul. Call him Trouble, because he will cause big trouble for me. So, I'm just planning ahead, because if I fight the Bloodthirsty, there's no way I can face tank this. I can't go blow for blow with a Dargul at this level. Even if I had a Fungi Tunic, I think the Dargul would still make pretty quick work of me. They're nasty. They hit like trucks. They have a lot of HP. Think I should go kill Trachodon? Yeah, yeah. I should. You're right. I definitely should. Um, but yeah, Bloodthirsty Ghoul. I gotta crawl before I can walk. You know what I mean? KH fan. I think before I can defeat Trachodon, I gotta defeat this Bloodthirsty Ghoul. Ghoul. Bloodthirsty Ghoul. The Ghoul is my goal. Um, I need full mana for it. I could have a backup plan, right? Like my backup plan would be shovel, proc the shovel, easy as that, right? You just say, hey shovel, please proc, right? And it procs. I mean, I'm at the mercy of the random number generator for that one, but if it procs, then it's fine. I could back up. I could med. I could sit for like minutes. The root proc is so good. I could go just chill out, get my mana back, get my HP back, and then start the fight again. You know? Oh, root procs again. Oh, we'll sit back down. You know, like that's my backup plan. But I don't know. I think maybe I try that. If I get an early proc, I'm like, okay, good. I can stretch this fight out, take the pace down to my pace. Good. The root doesn't proc, then I think I switch weapons and I start fear kiting, right? Before I have to make that decision of which plan I'm going with before it's too late. Trap D, I do have so many SKs. It's true. I got I got my 60, and this one I think is my next highest SK at 52. Got a 46 SK named Orc Friend, who's supposed to be in Crushbone. I made Pop Gun to replace Orc Friend while Orc Friend is out. He's at like college. He's Orc Friend is seeing the world and learning a lot about himself right now. But Orc Friend will be back in Crushbone soon enough. I just got a D level. What else? What else? So that's 1, 2, 3, 4 Shadow Knights. And then I got Sprunk it, level 30, middle of the road. That one's actually my oldest Shadow Knight that I still have. That one's from like probably day one of the server, you know? Like July or no, was it spring? Whatever it was like 2011. It was a long time ago. When it was actually my friend that made that. Named it Poop Gun. And Poop Gun was a very successful Shadow Knight for a long, long time. And then got a name ban in like 2023. And now is Sprunkit. Just got to 25, moved to the MM Pond. Nice. That's great XP for the next like 5 levels for you. You're going to fly through my bet. Let's see if I can make a little more room over here. Lost my haste. Got my haste back. I'm going to snare this thing now before it roots me and then starts running, right? That's how it goes. You get too complacent and gawk, you're going to get a train. The frogs will find a way. Now we're pretty well clear. I do not have Rest the Dead. So everything from this point on gets a little risky. A little. About how to cast spells. I'm trying to cast spells out of my spell book. Alright, anyways, what do we got here? If you look at the Who All list, pretty quiet, but then when you consider it's 6:24 a.m. in the East Coast, and therefore even earlier on the West Coast, pretty early for the Americans. We might have some Europeans in the mix, or who knows? It's a worldwide server, right? There's dozens of us around the globe playing red99. Dozens. Um, Maybe it's not super early everywhere, but hey, if it's early right now, cheers. Rise and grind. We're doing this. We're getting up. You know? We're not waiting. We're not snoozing the alarm. We are up. We're grinding. I know I said I wanted full mana for this disaster incoming, but I don't. Let's see. Get a tiny little AC buff. Every little bit helps, you know? Okay, plan A. Root proc. Let's go. Let's get an early root proc. Don't want to have to do plan B. I gotta wait for this wizard to cast on me. Oh, it stunned me. That's not good. Interrupted. Oh, it's casting again. I'm in trouble. Gotta wait for it to finish its cast. Okay, okay, okay. Succeed. Not bad. Only lost 40% of my health trying to do the split. You know, I'm bound to lose some health during the split, but 40%, it's a little excessive. A little excessive. Your Monk Beast Shadow Knight has 79 spells in the spell book. Nice. So, a friend of mine actually told me what has the most spells, and I was kind of surprised. I'm trying to remember now. I think it was Enchanter. I think Enchanter has like a ludicrous amount of spells. Um, Druids also. I know that wizard was just like, mm, mm. All right. You think it's safe to get up yet? Better be, because... Oh, no. Yeah, I gotta be enchanter or a porter, right? So imagine like an enchanter, wizard, druid. How many spells would they have in their book? So friggin' many. I did dispel it. I was trying to get its damage shield off, but I guess that didn't happen. And now it's the part where we pray. It does not aggro more. Good. Excellent. We'll refresh this haste. Not haste. Snare. It's whatever. These words are interchangeable. Alright. Doing this without refreshing the snare this time. Bold. Bold move. Because I'm getting a little low on the mana. Need some procs. I need like back-to-back big bopping procs right now. Come on, come on. Oh, resist. I don't know about all this. Getting a little too spicy. Alright, alright. It's happening. I'm doing it. I should have a Vampiric Embrace buff on. Those little tiny life tap procs might be doing work right now. It's alright. There's a proc. Better late than never. I'll take it. Haste off. Or I call it haste again. Snare off. Good shit. It was a tough fight. Dueling, if you will. Alright, well, time to met up again. Bloodthirsties are possibly the hardest pop there, right? Frenzy is hard. But I think Bloodthirsty might even just have the same stats, if not very similar. There's always a little range, you know? Sometimes stuff's harder than others. Spawns at max level, min level, whatever, you know? But generally speaking, Bloodthirsties are no joke. So I'm happy with myself. I'm pleased with the results there. Um, the only thing I'm a little mildly concerned about now is that I probably have a repop in this hallway in the next under 10 minutes. I don't know exactly the timer. It's probably gonna be like 5 minutes. I'm gonna repop right here on me. So with that in mind, actually I think it spawns to the other part of its path, but either way, he's gonna be in this hallway soon. I'm gonna have to, med fast. A couple bind wounds again. Just want the skill ups. There's one. Bind wound 3. Watch out, everybody. I'm coming. Coming for you. Wonder what everybody else is up to. All these familiar faces in the who all list, you know? Sometimes I wonder. A couple more band-aids and then good old fashioned sitting. Coming right up. Let's see. Oh, so I know this is such a change for me. I've really turned a corner. If anybody knows the old Chewy, you know that I was never buying games, right? It's just not something I did. If a game wasn't free, um, I didn't care, right? There's enough free games out there that I was just going to entertain myself with those rather than buying a new. This is semi-recent history. When I say the old Chewy, I mean, up until like a few weeks ago, I was not buying games. I had bought EverQuest, obviously, back in the day, but that wasn't free. But P99 on the emulator, yeah, this is free. This qualifies as a free game. But anyway, my point is, I was on Steam last night, or yesterday morning, actually, and I found some sales, and they were having a really, really, really deep sale on the Postal series. I've heard good things about Postal in general, so I bought Postal 2 and the Postal 1 HD remaster. I've never played any Postal game. I don't know what I'm in for, but um, anyway, I'm gonna be trying that out on stream someday soon. Definitely. It's just they know how to get me. They just show me something's like 99% off, and I'm like, well, I'd be a fool not to, Doesn't matter if it's something I wanted or not. Now I want it because otherwise it'd be more money. I don't know. They like it's the marketing. They got me. They got me hook, line, and sinker with these Steam sales lately. But it's all good. It's fun to play games I never played before. That's kind of something I haven't been doing. I'm always like a creature of habit. I play classic EverQuest because I like it. It brings, it's comforting to me. I know what I'm in for. Then again, even in EverQuest on red99, sometimes you'll be surprised. Look at what we got left. Dark green, dark green. Like I said, there's a repop happening in this hallway very soon, probably within a couple minutes now. I'm not going to rush it. I'm not going to try to pull before I'm ready. Gotta play smart. Got a real big thunderhoof quiver, that's what's up. How's the mic sound? I finally figured out how to like cut out background noise. My fan is going right. I don't think you can hear it, right? I don't see the little line moving from the fan like I used to. But I still see it moving with my mouth, right? When I talk, it moves. So I'm assuming it's good. Hey, Antonio's block party. Have a good time at work. I hope it's very prosperous for you, you know? I appreciate you stopping in, clocking in. We're rising, we're grinding over here. Today's the day. We're getting it. We're up and at 'em. Alive, awake, alert, enthusiastic, ready to go. You know? Conquering Norath, and then the next thing you know, we're conquering Earth. Or at least thriving. You know? If we can't conquer, let's at least thrive. Whatever we could do today. Where's this repop? I think he pops up here. Right about on this block that I'm pointing at. I do believe. With the mouse. As badly as I want to jump the gun right now, I have to be patient. I have to kill this repop. You just killed Trachanon? Nice. When you brought up Trachanon, I had a feeling. I had a feeling you're about to, flex on me hard. That's cool. Did you get anything good? Did it drop any fat loots? A Trachanon tooth? Any, class-specific chest items, perhaps? Hey, buddy. Chester. I haven't gotten Chester on stream in so long. Today may be the exception, but maybe not. Chester, come here. Hold on a second. Got 5 Trachanon teeth, 2 cloaks of piety, 1 enslaved death spell, 1 demi-lich spell, and 1 Aegis of Rose spell. Huh, interesting. What's a cloak of piety? I'm not familiar with that one. Piety. How do you pronounce that word? And where's my repop? All right, next time I kill this thing, I'm gonna start a timer, or at the very least, I'm gonna glance at a clock. How about that? Ooh, there he is. I knew he was coming. Got him before he buffs. Easier that way. Him a lot of physics. Now it's the part we pray that the fear wears off. There we go. Fear wore off. Perfect. You don't want the fear to be too strong down here. You get too good of a fear, you're in trouble. And by in trouble, I mean fighting that Dar that I call trouble. Right, so I'm familiar with the word, but I don't know the item. Right, if somebody's pious. Like, I know the word pious. I just don't know how to pronounce. Is it piety? Or is it piety? And more importantly, what's the item do? I guess is my real question. I'm not familiar with the drop. Tomato, tomato. I don't think I've ever heard anybody seriously call it a tomato, but that's just me. So like I said, I gotta look at the time. So at about 10 after, 7:10 a.m. Maybe I'm gonna make a note of this on 7:10 a.m. hallway. Right, we gotta keep track of these hallways. Ah, thank you for the link. Let's see here. Let's see here. Oh wow, nice. 34% haste, and it's I mean it's no drop. That's why I never see it. Another one. Sorry, I had to sneeze. The KH fan, look, I just got linked a Cloak of Piety. One of my guildies. That was a really close fear. It almost freaking went too far. Fought the Dar. It's going far again. Don't do that. Don't do that. Stop it. Come back. No, no, no. Oh, oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. He's standing in the doorway. That's the spot. He might have made it far enough this time. I really hope not. Cooking this core wizard. Praz Kazik. That's what Words of Kazik Duel says. It just says praise. Praz, praise, spelled different ways, different capitalizations. Those are the words of Kazik Duel. How do you know? A little history, lore. I've told the story of where Praz came to be on stream plenty of times, but if you've never heard it, I'll tell you again. While we sit, right? We're killing time over here trying to get some mana back. Once upon a time, when red99 was brand new, 2011, 14 years ago, there was a player named Lulz, right? Lulz. Hey, Trap D, have a good time at work. Happy hunting to you too. You know, when you get back, Norath will be here waiting. And yeah, time to prosper. But anyway, yeah, so Praz. Praz comes from a player named Lulz, who was getting just stomped left and right. This troll Shadow Knight was getting wrecked all over the swamp by just about everybody. I think it was Combo Breaker was really on his ass, and all Lulz would do would. This is before we had global OOC. Luckily, he would spam all the channels, shout OOC, whatever. With he would type praise Kazik Thul, praise Kazik Thul. But sometimes while he was getting attacked, he wouldn't have time to hit all the letters. So it'd be praise CT or even Praz CT. You know what I mean? That's where the Praz came from. You see, he'd just be shouting Praz. He'd get like 4 letters out and get friggin' killed again. You know, it was really funny. So it's like become ingrained in the culture now. When people die, we're always like Praz. But it's really short for Praise Kazik Thul. Now you know. Lulz might still be around the community, for all I know. You know, aka Kim Barely. Anybody remember Kim Barely? Anyway, true legends were born in the early days of red99. Anyways, I gotta keep this room split if I want to succeed, right? I'll get the 3rd repop if I'm not careful, not fast. I think I gotta do it. Push my luck. No pain, no gain, right? We get Vampiric Embrace. Better late than never. Vampiric Embrace is on. Doing it live. Doing it live. We're gonna snare it, fear it, and then start dealing with the other one. And then juggle them. All plans sound so easy and great when I say them out loud, right? Let's see how it actually goes. Well, I'm already rooted. gonna be hard to fear kite anything while rooted. That was a quick fear. Oh, it was the other fear. Okay. All right, roots off. Good. Doing okay. Other fear is off. Ugh, rooted me. Not good. Alright, switching tactics here. Life tap spam, because that snare is going to wear off if I try to fear it again. Double. Alright. Once this snare wears off, I'm hitting him with a cheap snare. Golfing. Cheaper snare, so... Never mind, we're good. Alright. Frenzy room cleared in time for repop. It's going to be one way before the other two. In fact, I can note the time right now. It's a good grind right now. Authentic. Here's the part that can cause trouble, though. Right? It'd be a good problem to have. But this is a lore item, right? FBSS is a lore item. So if I see an FBSS drop, you know, that would be stressful. Cross that bridge when we get to it. Sorry, I'm still here. I almost forgot to plug the computer in. It popped up to let me know it was about to shut down. I'm like, whoa! Caught it though. We're good. Everything's fine. Nothing's totally ruined right now. I feel like I can life tap my health back off one of these. Starting the fight at 60%. Let's see what I ended. small price of all my mana. Big, big proc. Well, if I knew anti-pyretic was coming in the zone, maybe I wouldn't have spent all my mana on a heal. I might have tried to trade a shit. What's that one? A Jasper. But tried to trade a Jasper for a heal. You know, happy zone. I'd love to see it. We keep this zone secure. This is the territory. This is the turf. This is the home field advantage. This is the you know, the promised land, really. And I get my mana back fast because it's all an illusion. You see me spend a whole mana bar? Not really. You saw me spend like what would be like half a bubble if you were an actual caster. You know what I mean? My mana pool is just so small. It's easy come, easy go. You're near Gornair. Yeah, do it. Let me know how it goes, Cage fan. You know, let me know what the loot is. Eagerly anticipating hearing what you get. I put a couple new clips up this past week. More to come. I don't want to flood the market, right? I got to trickle these out. Got to trickle them. Ugh. Is that a bloodthirsty? Ew. Ew. A dark blue bloodthirsty. Ew. I hate those. Um, just had to kill one of those. It's all right. If I have full mana, I'll do it again. It worked just fine. Did I had to split that one. I took 40% damage just splitting it. If you do recall. So I think this will be fine. Just got to get my mana back. But so speaking of Facebook, I put the pinned link is the Facebook. It's one of the spots you can see the clips. I put them on TikTok too. Either way, it's the same thing. Chewy What a Wookie is the username. And there's going to be more coming because I'm sprinkling them up. I'll do one here, one this day, one the next day, then maybe I'll lay low a couple days. Then I'll do another one, and then I'll do because I got like such a backlog of kills right now, and I'm still just uploading fresh ones. You know what I mean? I'm like, I'm gonna dig into the backlog, maybe do some classic, you know, remember this time. You know, the hardest part is picking good music that fits the vibe and it fits what's going on. You know, all that. But anyway, what of my point is, I think I got two good ones up this week. I like them. I think they were everything I'm looking for when I make these clips. You know, they made me smile. So if you want to see, you know, if you don't use TikTok, there's an alternate right up there. Um, Eventually they'll end up in compilations on YouTube. I haven't done my last compilation, like the Chewy's EverQuest TikToks volume. I think 4 is coming up, right? I'm like long overdue. I could probably do volumes 4, 5, and 6 by now, which would be like well over an hour of short form vertical EverQuest nonsense. If that sounds like something you're into, even if it's not something you're into, just check it out anyway. You know, do me a favor. It's supposed to be something to watch on the phone. Oh no. Stole my bloodthirsty. I think he was pulling it for me. Gornair's dead already. That was quick. Anything good? Get a white dragon scale. Whatever, I guess. Pull in there. Spot. One more vice, one word of redemption, two aspect of the reptile, and a torn frost-covered book, and the Dragon Hero Bracer. Nice. Very cool. Congrats on all that. Sonos. Dooming Darkness back up. I don't know why I took it off my bar. Good one. Oh, that's done. Ugh, got rooted. How rude. That was about as far as it could go for its trouble. It's getting okay. Gonna say it's going towards its maximum freaking way again. Oh, the 10 slot bag, yeah, yeah. Those are good. Used to have the I didn't mean to hail. I just like chain hailed this thing because my finger was on the whole wrong row of keys. Trying to do something else. I was trying to snare it. And then I was gonna try to hear it. I didn't see what time the Bloodthirsty died, but it was probably pretty approximate. "5 minutes till the hallway pops." Turn my far clip down a little bit. I keep getting like these weird like flickers. It's only when I'm streaming. And I think it's because I can, like I have EverQuest open and then like it's showing it in the little the OBS like display. When I know I could turn off the preview, but it's helpful for me to know that I'm actually showing EverQuest and not like making silent moves. Sometimes I still friggin' don't put two and two together, and I'll make a silent move instead of playing EverQuest. for the most part, it helps me out. So I don't want to get rid of that display. Just trying to fix it because I think it has something to do with that because it only happens when I'm streaming. Things will be going fine, but then, you know, too much stuff happens at once. You know, usually in PvP, multiple people casting or something like that, and all of a sudden it's like, whole screen gets like choppy. Friggin' anyways. I appreciate everybody that's gotten up early so far. 7 a.m. on the East Coast now. Listen, I'm going to be pushing it today. I'm on vacation. You probably couldn't tell by the time at which I got up. Because who gets up the butt crack of dawn on vacation? Well, Fippy Darkpaw would. You know, Fippy Darkpaw don't take a vacation. I'm not taking a vacation from rising and grinding either. But what I will do is stay on past my normal end time of 8 a.m., right? Or like 7:52 a.m. or whatever it was last week. You know what I mean? I had to run out the door. We were starting early. I found out uh, last second, but today I don't got to run out. So to keep this crazy train rolling, so when I say we're just getting started, right now an hour into the stream, it's so true. And when I say we're just getting started at 8, it's not going to be like said ironically because I'm ending. No, it's going to be true because who knows? I'm going to keep going as long as you know, I'm feeling it. Maybe we ding 60% in on a 52 shadow night. Can I get 40% of 52 right now? Maybe, maybe. Feeling ready. My body is ready. Once I have more coffee, my body's almost ready. Anyways, we got a repop happening in a minute, according to my timer. The old-fashioned way, jotting down notes is Brad and Tim. Let's see. Who's Brom Wiss? See this new face. Slash pet attack Quillmane. You know what? You're getting cleared. RIP. Useful hotkey. A relic of a forgotten age of a few weeks ago. You can pet track. Can't pet track on the server no more. So that's a big womp womp. But if it makes it more classic, I'm all for it. But for some reason, I feel like this change was not driven by uh, purity of classic. I think it was for green tiers, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. The pet track change was because some players were always getting 8 minis or something, you know? I don't know. I don't play green. But I do read patch notes and I do watch some streams. It's all EverQuest, you know? I'd say green and red have more in common than red and your average drug box, right? I would say. Like, to most, the app you ask, you know, you pull 100 EverQuest enjoyers, and I feel like you're going to get not that answer. They're going to say the 2 PvP servers are, you know, their own thing. And then they're pure, you know, EverQuest the way they like it is its own thing. But no, 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 it's all EverQuest. It really is. Like, I'm playing on the red server. How much PvP is going on right now? Might as well be the blue server right now. You know, we're all holding hands and singing Kumbaya. It's not always like that, though. But like I like to say, we're all EverQuest enjoyers. My way's not better than your way's not better than my way. Just different, but mostly the same, is my point. So I don't play green, but I like can understand the concept. And I'd say we have a lot in common, you know? Besides maybe green had like a kind of accurate timeline release, and red never had an accurate timeline release. We kind of got stuff as it was finished, like blue did. Um, so you know, it's a little different of a scene in that regard. But as far as like the content, pretty similar. I guess green. I'm assuming still has instant cast West Common hats and gate pots and golem wands and all the other stuff as Brad intended, right? For some reason, red got a nerf there um, a decade ago or more, much more, and you know that's not classic. Kind of weird. Can't really understand the reasoning of it. You know, we got 6 minutes till the frenzy pops happen. Clear another camp or something. Just chatting. What server do you guys all play on? I'm sure a lot of you I already know, but sound off. Looking at the who all list, 7 players in my range. Pretty good, healthy. Going up? No, not upstairs. Let's go to this side. Start clearing like the basement area, just for a few minutes until that frenzy room pops. It's gonna repop two like back to back. No executioner up. No cavalier up. I'm trying to decide where to start here. Probably this wizard. Grab this wizard right here, right now. That Fat Boy Slim song would say. Anyway, I feel like we're making gains already. Started out the stream, maybe a little more than halfway through, I think. You know? Now, 3 full bubbles. A little gain so far, and we're just getting started. And I had like no health when I logged in. Completely limping across the desert. But now I'm recovered. Better than ever, in fact. My bind wound skill is higher than it was. Still single digits, but I'm working on it. You know, low intelligence trolls are doing their best. Is what it is. Plotting and planning over here. I think I'm just gonna try to do a split. Hopefully I'm far enough away. I didn't go very far. That one's gonna be like looking right at me. Friggin', how big is a block? How big is one of these squares? 5 feet? It's like 20 feet away. Oh, let's see. I'm only fighting two now. I think that's okay. I can just tough it out. Haste wore off though. Oof. I guess haste doesn't matter if I'm spamming life tap between every swing. Kind of limiting swing speed. That's the cope. Nah, it's true. It's true. If I just keep spamming, then I don't need the haste. Hmm. I guess when it interrupts me and I have to wait for another swing, the haste would be good. Doing fine. Going for it. Got the haste. It's nice to have channeling skill, right? Try to get haste mid-fight on a warrior. Just not gonna happen. Time to run my happy self back to frenzy. Cavalier placeholders down. Cavalier's like, if it was better XP, I would just be focused on that and not frenzy. Need some XP. Frenzy is a good little XP spot for my. All right, should be getting two pops within like a couple seconds of each other here. You got a Talendor now, nice. Ugh, a BT. And I fizzled all my mana. I should just cancel this. No. No, no, no. That was about to be a lethal pull. Not worth it. If I didn't fizzle, how many was that? 1, 2, 3, 4 fizzles. If I didn't fizzle 4 times, it would have been a tough fight. Because I'm not full. But, oof. I would have been able to cast that snare once. And then, that would have been it for Big Snare. I would have had to switch to Engulfing Darkness if I could have even squoze those off. It's just not good enough for this Bloodthirst. gonna have to cast quite a few snares through the course of the, which means, yep, that's what I was afraid of. Means we get the other repop, and it's another bloodthirsty. Oof. It would have been a triple bloodthirsty. We walked away before the last one, and you know, so that's that's fun. These are not fun. I said it's fun, but I'm being sarcastic. They're not. But it is what it is. That's some of the better XP stuff in here, so I'll take what I can get. Fortunately, one of the things I'm going to be taking is some damage doing a Feign Death split on this room. Resting up. No rush now. Already got the two. Alright. I do it. I'll just go for it. No, I say there's no rush, but there is the constant threat of repops. 6 minutes till the next one in this room spawns. I did not mark what time the hallway was spawning. Let's try to guesstimate it. Let me refill my coffee. And Mr. Burns' mug is empty. Be right back. I'm muted. Functional pair, thank you. I've probably been muted for several minutes. Alright, thank you for notifying me of that. Appreciate you. Listen, it's still early over here. We're just getting started. 7:30 a.m. True, I've been up grinding for an hour and a half. Nope, it's just me. I've done it a few times. I used to be able to turn my camera on and it would turn my mic on. But now I use a different mic. I have to turn them both on, and sometimes just don't do it. Anyways, get back to the EQ. In West Corona Bard right now. Mixing it up. Keeping you guys on your toes. You thought I was going to pop back into Guck on my Shadow Knight? Always keep them guessing, you know? I'll pop back in there. Here, while I have the opportunity, I might as well see what's going on. Bards are nice and speedy. Get all around the place. Alright, let me try to remember what I said while the speakers were muted. I was probably talking to KH Fan. The dude, you're just in time. And then I was probably describing my pull. The dude, we are just getting started over here. I had my mic muted for an unknown amount of time, and I've of course been yapping, so that's embarrassing. My mouth was moving, but no words were coming out. I just bailed on a pull. That's what I was yapping about. So I had Bloodthirsty, nice and split, right? Perfectly nice little single pull. It was beautiful, but I didn't clear the surrounding mobs. So I get a wizard on me. No problem. Let me just start fear juggling these things. And then I'm trying to get some mana ticked in there, and the sit aggro pulls a wand ghoul from like a downtown. And next thing you know, I just feign death and slash Q, you know? Yeah, I know you're gonna get it, KH Fan. That's why you have so many of those pouches. That's what I was saying before. You have so many pouches because you always kill them. Selling the words of burnishing to this vendor. No, I gotta do it to him. Feed them room. I have plenty more words of burnishing, I'm sure. Let's see if anybody's in South Corona real quick. I'm just like taking a little tour. Since I had a break in the action, I had to slash. I don't know if I had to slash Q to clear aggro, but I did slash Q to clear aggro because, you know, sometimes aggro don't want to clear. So, you know, I had the opportunity to change what I was doing, switch it up, mix it up a little bit, and now we're here doing this. You like to do a runabout? I know it's good to stretch your legs, you know, touch grass, right? I'm out here in the Karanas, touching a little grass. It's drier than I'm used to. I'm used to a real, you know, wet reed in the swamp. This Karana grass is well kept, you know. I think the guards like take turns mowing it, something. They got a crew that comes in a couple times a week, keeps it nice and low. All right, here we go. South Corona. Sometimes there's people here. Not today, not this time. I would love to just charm something and tell it to attack Quillmane. You can't do it. The farmers maintain it well. It could be the farmers, yeah. You know it's not the bandits. With lazy bums. Always sitting around at their camp. Anyway, we'll check track the old-fashioned way. No pet track on this server. Hey, was pet track classic? Was that a classic thing, or is that a bug that was being exploited on P99. Anybody have a I know why they changed it. I'm just wondering if they made a change that was like custom, got further from classic, just to appease some, which it's yeah, that's unfortunate, but I guess they had to do something, otherwise people would have to try harder to get hate stuff. I don't get it. Yeah, you never heard of it till P99. I never heard of it till P99. So, I mean, I think it's probably we're closer to classic without it, but I don't think the pet attack distance is classic now. I think it's way too small, right? Or at least seems very small now. Like you can see something, tell your pet to attack it, and your pet will just ignore you because it's too far away. 15 feet in front of your face. You got to get right up in its friggin' aggro range. That's crazy. I'm sure they'll fine tune it. Actually, I shouldn't say I'm sure they'll fine tune it. Maybe we're stuck with that forever now. Who knows? It is what it is. We're lucky we have a server, I guess. Likely set distance to it based on a unit. Yeah, I think you're right. I think that unit size is small though. I think it should maybe be a little more. They have their reasons, I'm sure. I'm just a player. I don't know shit. Anyways, I'm taking a little runabout, seeing what we see. They were down to 11 players now. There used to be, what, 17 players online? Where'd they all go? Everybody went to bed finally. Sun's up. Bedtime. Has to work night shift. I know how it goes. Plus, it's summer, right? I went to bed at a reasonable time because I had to get up at a early time to rise and grind. But if I didn't have to get up early today, well, if I didn't want to get up early today, if I didn't have a yearning to grind some EverQuest with the rising sun here on live on Twitch.tv, um, I would have slept in. And I would have stayed up late. I would have stayed up a little later. I would have slept in a little more. For sure. It was friggin' hopping last night, the server. There's so much action all over the place. Oh, you got the other half of the Book of Scale, huh? Nice. Does that have any value on THJ? I don't know what the player market is like, if any. I know there's a lot of like instancing, right? And so I'm not sure, is all that stuff like just for you only, or can you sell? And if you can sell, is it good? I'm always curious to hear. I'm so full. I guess I can drop Hill Giant. I wish I could afford a ruby right now. So close. 132 and I have not that much. Just buy like 10 paradots. Perfect, let's go. Just lighten the load a little bit. Cage fan, you don't know at all? Like, do people sell gear on THJ? Like, is that a thing that happens, or is it kind of I would assume there's a bazaar. Something. They have the bazaar word. Oh, they're being sold for 1 plat to 450 plat. Got it. Well, thank you for checking, Cage fan. I was curious about. The books are for the Pally Epic, right? Is that their only use? You got practically all your gear in the bazaar. That's, it's a way to do it. A solid strategy. Because if it's for Pally Epic only, I can see a situation where there's more book of scale uh, slash components than there are Pallies needing Epic, right? If that's the case, the price is just a race to the bottom. Every new one that gets listed is going to be lower. Occasionally, somebody you already have them listed is going to lower their price. And yeah, like you said, you're down to 1 plat. Um, so the thing with 1 plat items, it's worth checking the vendor, right? See if a vendor will give you 4 plat for it or something. And if so, well, you just found some free money. Buy them all up in the bazaar below that price. On Drug Box, for instance, we had the bazaar on Drug Box. And it was a race to the bottom with Guck loot, right? In the beginning of the server when nothing was really open yet and Guck is like really the place to be. Everybody was selling Guck loot, and it was a race to the bottom. So stuff like execution racks and all that stuff was just getting listed very low. But me, an EverQuest enjoyer who is thoroughly versed in Guck finances, knows that a executioner axe sells for over 180 plat to a vendor. So I'm buying up executioner axes like for pennies on the dollar and just flipping them straight to the nearest vendor. It was great, and there are other examples of that too. So you never know. You know what I mean? If you know something sells pretty good, worth a shot. Let's see what we see over here. Slippery ass ladder is the hardest part of this whole run. But I did it pretty well that time. Didn't fall off the ladder. But I didn't strafe up it either, you know what I mean? You gotta like crawl up it. I've been rooted. How rude. It's gone. Get out. Love Bard speed, right? Don't get used to it though. Otherwise, you can't play any other classes ever again, right? You get too used to Bard speed going back. You've seen it happen to me. I hop on the Bard for a quick second, and next thing you know, the next 2 or 3 streams are Bard streams. Hooked, hooked all over again. I love it. They're so powerful. I got an idea though. Right, the personal progression server, you gotta beat this stuff to advance. I think that's pretty cool and interesting. That's like what almost got me to go try it out. Um, I was watching some streams. I was watching Green do some Planes of Power. Like, okay. I could definitely see the appeal. Um, but I'm so immersed in the EverQuest PvP. I can't walk away now. If they made a PvP server THJ style, all over it. Ooh, they stunned me good. Just clearing the Shadow Man without clearing the Shadow Man. Running down here anyway. Might as well. So did you already have Velius unlocked, or you just unlocked Velius now? Age fan. Well, I got a first swing proc. I was not expecting that, honestly. I don't think the guards are going to kill all those Shadow Men, but it's alright. I was just, while I was on my way anyway, I'd bring them. You're up to Luckland. Nice. Congrats. Yeah, if THJ survives the lawsuit, that'd be cool. Make a PvP server. What's your feelings on that cage, fan? I'm always eager to hear a THJ player perspective on the lawsuit. Just kind of seeing what we see out here. Not a ton of players online. You have mixed feelings. Fair enough. Okay. Well, we came. We saw. It's Kunark. Let's get right back on the Shadow Knight. Pick up where we left off. I'm going to have to immediately deal with the hallway mob without the benefit of being able to fear it, because the mob outside the hallway is also going to be up for sure. Because I've been messing around over here, you know. Time keeps ticking, mobs keep popping, hallways up, frenzy rooms all up, everything's up. I got to start breaking it all over again. That's EverQuest. I wanted to run around. I wanted to stretch my legs. A little walkabout, a little runabout. It's a bard thing. It's like the only class that I'm willing to travel on. You know, that's why you see I have so many Shadow Knights, because they're parked. I got my Guck Shadow Knight. I got my Oasis Shadow Knight. I got my, Crushbone Shadow Knight. Like they are where they are, and that's pretty much it. I'm not really looking to run around. With that being said, there's always more grinding to do. And there's so many places to park level 60s, right? So It's time I get my next 60 Shadow Knight going. That's why Well Adjusted is on the grind right now. I've risen, and then we're grizzing. We're grinding. Well Adjusted. Here we go. Let's get back to showing the EQ. You're feeling that they might win the lawsuit, feeling that they might lose the lawsuit. Yeah, I mean it's kind of high stakes, I would say, for them. Got rooted. Like I said, I can't fear this one. Oh, and chopped up. Okay, I rooted it. This is what I needed to do. Now I need to just... Root needs to break on me so I can back up. Sheesh. Right. Well. I'm gonna start bandaging myself. I got lucky with that root proc. But I unfortunately took a lot of damage being also rooted. Like, two can play at that game. We gotta get Eat Blood. Like haste. Dooming Darkness a lot of damage. I need. Oh boy. I tried to bind wound on the Zal. I could try to like back up and shoot it. I have to run through it to do that though. Bow Quest, baby, let's go. I love Bow Quest, right? That's my new shtick. I love Bow Quest, you guys. I can't wait to use Bow Quest forever. I hope they never ever fix it. I hope they never patch Bow Quest. Sheesh. I spent 2 years like begging them to fix Bow Quest, and that didn't work. Change up the strategy, right? Last time I said I loved the Wolf Meats for Wista quest. It got patched like the next day, removed from the game. It's the only way to raise Grob Merchant faction. That being said, I love BowQuest. Tell Nilbog, tell Rogan, I love BowQuest. So good, so fair and balanced. Anyways, I can actually med now. All right, killed that hallway thing. Let's note the time. Right, it's gonna respawn 20 after 8. Now normally I would already be offline by 20 after 8. I wouldn't care about noting that. But today's different. We're going hard. We're doing rise and grind, and we're gonna transition straight into stay grinding something. You know, this is unprecedented. I usually work every weekday. You know, not today, not this week. I'm off. I'm off. A staycation, if you will. I'm gonna go as long as I can stand to play EverQuest this morning. We might even see like the kind of shift, the kind of focus and clocked in, locked in energy that you would see on a Sunday Swamptacular Splash Fest. I'm not sure if you're aware. If you're new here, you might not know. Every Sunday, it's the Sunday Swamptacular Splash Fest right here. It's starts bright and early, and it goes all the way till like lunchtime. So it's like a full shift, you know. It's good. Solid EverQuest. Always EverQuest. Nothing but EverQuest on a Sunday. Uh, might see me experimenting. You might see me stray a little bit from the EQ on Tuesday, aka Tuesday, because you know sometimes I choose to play something different. Or sometimes I ask you guys to help me choose something for Tuesday, and that's you know the variety stream on a Tuesday. But Thursday it's always EverQuest. Sunday it's always EverQuest. So if you're an EverQuest enjoyer, you're in the right place. If you're an EverQuest enjoyer looking for the right place, though, let me get you one more link. Let me get you watch. It's gonna say hidden. Okay, this is the Discord. Consider this your personal invitation. If you're not already a member of the Swamp, well, what are you waiting for? Come on down. The water's fine. The place to be. Um, trying to, you know, keep everybody in the loop whenever any cool stuff goes down. If I post a new clip somewhere, I'll link it there. If I'm going live, I'll link it there. And if any pals are going live, hit me up so we can talk about making it automatically like post for you or whatever. You know, do that. Make that in the swamp. So let's see what we can do. I was trying to get some HP back. Get back to binding. If I'm working on skill ups, I was gonna say I should equip that +2 intelligence wrist uh, instead of the serpentine bracer just for the moment, but I put it in the bank, so never mind. We'll do that. It seems like I never tried bandaging on this tune until today. I had 2 skill. Maybe I did a bandage I found on like a friggin' decaying skeleton or lesser kobold when I was very low level. Or maybe I put 2 points in at the trainer. Either way, my skill is climbing so fast. We're all the way up to the lofty total of 8 bind doing that. Next thing you know, I'll be 9 binding. There it is. 9-bind wound. Hey. And we hit 10-bind wound right now. Let's go. Feels good. Feels good to look skill up. Better late than never. Anyways, I had some thrilling PvP last night before bed. It was just but a skirmish, right? That's what I call any fight where there's no yellow text. It was just a little skirmish. Um, there's almost a few yellow texts. It was me versus a wizard. Same wizard that I slayed on Orc Friend, right? But he leveled up a couple times since then, it seems like. Maybe. Either way, um, I was fighting the wizard, and things were going good. I had him on the run. He just kept zoning, kept zone hopping, almost like he was trying to stall, bide some time while his friend rode up on me. He showed up. Level 54 druid showed up to join the fight. So now it's me versus a wizard and a druid. And as you can imagine, the tables kind of turned at that point. I no longer had the wizard on the ropes once he got that heal. I had harm touch up, and admittedly, I kind of biffed it. I was like I said, I love BowQuest now, so I was trying to get a nice little like BowQuest demonstration video going. I was filming it, and I was absolutely making this guy a pin cushion, loading him up with arrows, and I tried to finish him off with a harm touch, but I didn't have harm touch hotkeyed on the hotkey page with my ranged attack because I'm just not a BowQuester, really. You know what I mean? Like this is new to me. So let's fix that right now. Let's put harm touch right here where it belongs. Um, so that next time I get a guy so low, I can actually finish him off because I'm hitting the button and the harm touch isn't happening. I'm like, what's going on here? By the time I figured out like, oh, I don't have harm touch hotkeyed. I'm just spamming an empty key. He got a heal, and then next thing you know, I'm getting wizard nuked. I get double dotted, but I see the first dot land, so I click my next buff off to keep them both at top, and I see him start casting the second dot. So I time it like just perfectly, where I target myself and I pumice myself, and the pumice lands right after the dot lands. It just wipes those two dots off like nothing for 0 mana. Oh, it was beautiful, which is lucky because I barely made it out. I think I made it to the zone line at freaking 5%. He did get one more dot on me fresh before I got it out, but I pulled the plug. It was worth it. You know what I mean? That guy wanted that kill so bad. That wizard, I know he wanted it because if you watch my most recent clip, I coined him for over 800 plat. That's big. That's big. You know he's got to be not happy about that, right? I know I wouldn't be happy. I would want that kill, and I think he wants it even more now that he almost got me. He got me. Him and his friend got me so close, so close. But I just restocked my pumices. I'm ready. Arm touches up, baby. I got it hotkeyed on both pages now. You know, I'm not gonna screw that up again. Um, anyway, I did record it. It doesn't end in yellow text, but I might upload it anyway just because it was thrilling PvP. You know, I'm always looking for something where it's like not a blowout. So many blowouts, right? One way or another, like it's just a one-sided fight, and you know that's fine. That's EverQuest. It is what it is. But how about some like actual back and forth, you know, player versus player uh, activity. I might have to load it. Even though, I'm going to count it as a draw. There was no yellow text. So, I mean, nobody won, but, you could definitely say I was taking an L on that one. I had to plug. That's not a W, but, you know, I lived. It was crazy. Like the stuff I was talking about with the dispelling myself to get the dots off. We were at like the gypsy camp. Yeah, I mean, we were not fighting near the zone line at this point because, like I said, he was drawing me into his friend. I saw him coming. I knew what was happening, but I was still all for it. I had a decent amount of HP at this point. I was feeling good about things, and like I said, I almost got the wizard. That was even when it was two of them. But if the harm touch won't happen again, I'm ready this time. You see the harm touch key is there. Good to go. Chilogan suggested to me after I told him about that. He suggested I copy my hotkeys over, copy the INI file from my other Shadow Knight. All my Shadow Knights just have the same hotkeys preloaded. Seems genius. I'm always like trying to manually recreate the same thing, but like why not just copy and paste the file? I did it for the actual UI layout, right? I have the same exact spacing here because I like it. You could chop off the left, you could chop off the right. It's a vertical clip with all relevant info right here in the middle. Perfect. So maybe a little weird and messy looking if you're not used to seeing it, but in the vertical form, it's very clean and makes sense. It took me a while to finally dial that in. Doing a lot of experimenting. Or if you see my early TikToks, you'll see the way I used to convert, you know, full screen EverQuest into vertical format, and that was adding stuff on the top and the bottom of the screen in one way or another. Kind of framing it. I got kind of creative. I was never trying to really use the same frame too many times, so I was always making new ones. It's too hard to see the details, I think, right? Especially because like I upload them at one quality, and I swear, like next time you view it, the quality is like diminished. They're stealing my pixels. It is what it is. Whatever. The TikTokification of EverQuest marches on. I got the shovel equipped. But yeah, Zilkril, good to see you. How you doing, buddy? Wow, they dispelled my symbol. How freaking rugged. Oh, the root wore off. I better snare this thing before it takes off at breakneck speeds. Oh boy. Poor Ghoul Wizard's up. Any wizard in this room makes the split harder, but Orgul's the highest level kind of wizard. Hey, Captain Lungwhistle, good morning to you. We're just getting started over here. I know, usually by 8 o'clock, I'm gone. But I'm on vacation. I got up early anyway. Rise and grind. Hey, clock in, lock in. We're getting some XP right now. If anybody wants to join, I'm on a level 52. You know? Arm touch is up, though. So, haters beware. I'm trying to think of how to split this wizard. I wonder if I just fear the wizard. Gotta do some morning chores, then you'll be on later for some mayhem. All right. I'm gonna hold you to that, Captain Longwhistle. um, Thank you for that.
Captain Lungwhistle subscribed to your channel for 4 months.
Appreciate that. Hey, listen, you're helping support the channel big time. You know what I mean? Like with your help and support, I'm gonna keep trying to make this bigger and better every time. Especially Sunday Swamptacular Splash Fest. You know they're always. I mean, it's right in the name. It's a Splash Fest. Plus money you spent all year. Hey, appreciated. Appreciated. And that subscriber badge looks good on you. Got the 4 month big froglock, armored froglock. A good look. I think next up is the fungus spore. See me in an hour. I'll be here. I will. Even though I'd normally be at work, I'm here today. Going hard in the name of Fippy Darkpaw. Gotta stay vigilant, right? Part of staying vigilant includes always keeping C and Viz up. You know, there's there's nothing good comes from letting C and Viz fade. It's just a rookie move. How you gonna fight back if you can't see? Let me go gather this druid over here, right? Lemon Song wants to come some buffs. Well, not gonna make him struggle through a bunch of undead stuff to just to help me out. Let's go find him. Shit, with some buffs, I might be able to just split that room willy-nilly. What we got here? No Cavalier. Oh, well. Getting some pot G. Right? Protection on the Grove. Like, best buff for a Shadow Knight. Like, top buff. Can't think of a buff I'd rather have than pot G. Shadow. It's just so good. It's everything. It's everything you want. HP, I believe some armor class, a little mana regen, and it lasts like for quite a while. That's a beautiful thing. They still scowl, ready to attack. They will learn. These froglocks will learn that I am on their side. You know, just because I, leveled up like 30 levels killing them, you know? For some reason they don't like me, but it's just a misunderstanding. Let's see. We got in the old bags. Oh shit, this has intelligence if I'm bind wounding. I could throw in the Cryptmaster Conjuring Stone for that little edge. I'd get a skill up that I wouldn't have gotten. You know, every little bit helps, we tell ourselves. With EverQuest stats, you know, the gains are usually pretty small. But something. It ain't much, but it's honest work. Oh, I said protection of the grove. Protection of the glades. Shows what I know. Newbie alert. They don't like you either, huh? It's a huge misunderstanding. Take a little tour of the gear while what can we upgrade here? Shrunken Goblin Skull earrings, very nice. It does need to be worn to be clicked, but it doesn't need to be clicked all the time, right? I might be able to put a different ear there. Earring of Essence, perhaps, always a good decision. Let's see what else. What else can we upgrade? I only got a flowing black silk sash for haste here. So, potentially some growth could be had. The BP. Enameled black chestplate. I think that is probably my biggest target for upgrade. 25 armor class is nice, but that's all it has. It doesn't have any stats. Even like a Sarnak and Blazing Tabard might be better. I was getting rooted a decent amount in PvP last night. 73 magic resist. So, that being said, maybe Sarnak and Blazing Tabard. That's easy enough get. Maybe I could even find something better. See if the split works. I couldn't go into the hallway because Lemon Song's sitting there. I guess I could have because he's invisible. But I think I can split it right here. As long as I'm patient enough to let these two fully reset. There they go. It's on top. Nice, nice. Thank you. That was the hard split because it's the caster. Oh, they rooted me. Yeah, there's a snare already coming. Huh? Alright, hallway repop is coming in 2 minutes. Sit here and wait for it. With the pot G, the mana is no concern now. All right, it's just going to keep ticking up. Oh yeah. The secret to fast mana regen. You just have a tiny mana pool. That's all there is to it. You have a tiny mana pool. A little bit of regen goes a long way. You know? Easy come, easy go. And I got the mic back on this time. Right? Good. No embarrassing talking to myself muted. Okay, that was the hallway one. Then this little nook guy's coming up. Yeah, I'm on vacation, Zilkarel. It's true. It's true. I know. I normally, if I was still on right now, I'd be in trouble. I'd be supposed to be halfway done with my freaking task by now. You know? Oh, got a crack in the zone. Get him invited. A couple Shadow Knights just doing our thing. We'll have twice the fear power. It's going to be trouble for any Froglock that comes our way. If you're an opponent, if you're a player thinking of trying something, Your harm, touch, danger just doubled, right? Well adjusted and crack. You don't want that yellow text. But yeah, I got a couple new clips up this week. They're on TikTok, they're on Facebook, they're on Instagram. At Chewy What a Wookie. I linked the Facebook today. Maybe next stream I'll link the Instagram. I'm just gonna, have stuff. Oh, you pulled it for me, huh? Thank you. Level my grind and guck till it's boring. I'm not bored yet. I love this song. It's a good spot to solo. I was soloing, but now as you see, we got a Lemon song here giving moral support and buffs, right? More importantly, buffs. And we got Crack on the way to join in, so the DPS is going to start getting, our firepower is going to be above my target. I was trying to target Crack to invite, but he's not close enough yet. He's probably killing Cavalier placeholder. I have a feeling, right? I like to know what's going on in Guck. I come up with my own answers sometimes. Let's see if I'm right. But I am still scowled at by the live frog locks, right? My early grind was upper Guck, and because of that, I dug that hole even deeper, right? Frog locks and trolls normally don't even get along, but you can make it worse by killing them or getting it mad. Cool thing. But so that being said, having good firepower in Guck isn't necessarily a bad thing, especially if we're all like appropriate level like this. Like me and Crack are both in our low 50s. Yellow to mid. So yeah, low to mid 50s. But still, you're still getting XP on pretty much every frog lock in the right areas. You get a level 60 in the group, and you're limited to only a couple camps, and even there, you might not get what you want. So it really slows down. Oh no, these are still a lot of dark blues to me. Basement here. Frenzy, AM, board hallway, reanimated hand, sentinel, all those camps are going to be solid. Frenzy, I might get the occasional dark green in the room, like a Herd Ghoul Wizard or a Wand Ghoul Knight. Those are like dark green, but that's just a couple pops out of a list of acceptable dark blues. I got rooted right off the rip. Just like a nice thorns going on. This root. Getting saved. I'm rooted again. Freshened up the root that's yet to break. There we go. Finally. Full incoming, it's at 38%. Warmed it up for him, you know? One too many monarchs, what's going on? Good to see you. Just getting started over here. Hold on. Maybe I shouldn't be the one to try to split this room. As the lowest level in the zone. And I'm brave, but perhaps should be smart as well. There's other stuff to pull. Okay. Oh, Lemon Song getting some fun. Yeah, it looks like he's bringing trouble. I named this dart Trouble. Yeah, listen, I was regaling chat with the tale earlier, but for those just tuning in, I had an exciting scuffle, a little skirmish in the desert last night. It was really fun. I was fighting a wizard. He was zone hopping a lot, like a real lot. It was annoying. It was almost like he was biding his time while his friend arrived, and then it became a higher level druid plus the wizard against Well Adjusted here. I was playing this Shadow Knight, and I almost had the wizard. That's why I ran into the trap, because like Harm Touch was up. I was feeling very confident, and I'm on page 2 because I'm using my bow because I'm trying to get a good bow quest kill. You know what I mean? I want to show the power of bow quest. I really want to demonstrate it. But I'm not used to that. That's not the strategy I've been using for the past 2 years. Even though it's been in the game, I've been avoiding it. But now I'm embracing it fully. Love BowQuest. So glad we have BowQuest, you know? You know? Wink, wink. But anyway, so I'm BowQuesting this guy. And I try to finish him off with the Harm Touch, and I'm spamming the button. Like, why is this not happening? Because I did not have Harm Touch hotkeyed on my BowQuest hotbar. So I'm spamming nothing, and this guy's at like no health, and I'm not even like doing anything else. I wanted to Harm Touch him. That was my play. And since it wasn't working, I thought I was lagging, and I'm like, what the fuck? I'm just spamming. And then he gets a heal, and then I realize I'm like, oh, it's because I don't have Harm Touch hotkey. Dirt. And by that time, like the tides had turned. He got his heal. Now I'm on the ropes. I'm getting double dotted by the druid. I dispelled myself. I made it to the zone line. And, you know, Brad bless, I got away clean. But, you know, I had to just tell you that tale. I'm a tale teller. That's a tale for you. No yellow text, nothing happened, but, you know, good times, good times. But anyway, if that wizard didn't want to kill me already for taking his 800 plus plat earlier in the week, after almost luring me into a trap with his friend and getting me that close, you know he really wants it now. So I better keep my head on a swivel, you know what I mean? No, that was on Well Adjusted. I looted him on Orc Friend. Because away from his own line, I can smoke him. You know what I mean? But he was playing on the zone line until he lured me into the trap. But anyways, I wonder how much mana the wizard really could have had. He was trying to cast a spell though, so he had enough mana, probably enough mana for my little tiny HP bar. And the druid was pretty fresh. Um, I know he did land double dots on me. That's going to cost some mana. I dispelled it instantly. Like I was casting the dispel before his second dot landed. Like it was really clean removal, and I think I did that twice. I recorded it all. I could rewatch it. You know, I might even upload it, even though there's no yellow text, and it's like you could call it an L. You know, I took an L on it. Sure, I couldn't beat those two guys. I tried my dangest, and I biffed the harm touch. Like I said, my opportunity passed while I was fumbling hotkeys. You know, it's like when you're trying to unlock the door real quick, and you're like, wrong key. Oh no. It was like that. I was on the whole wrong hotkey page trying to get this harm touch in the thick of it, and you know, opportunity passed. But I'll get him next time. I just told our buddy that I'm streaming this, you know, because he was like saying, "Oh man, Guck XP sure sounds fun right now." He's like across the world and says he's staying there. Like, well, you can join us in spirit. Now's the part where our faction starts going up, right? We're killing like all sorts of stuff, all sorts of frogs. Of course, I get rooted when I pull freaking 3 and there's a repop in camp. That's a good time to get rooted. When it happens. Getting rooted a lot. I gotta get up my magic resist. That's the big takeaway of all this. Does that even help against Ghoul Root, or is that something else? I guess instead of pondering out loud, I can check the wiki, right? We have the benefit of, like, knowing everything these days. Let's look it up. Ghoul. Ghoul Root. Disease? Possibly? People don't know. People don't know what's up with Ghoul Root. That's what I figured. No wonder I don't know. Nobody knows. Speculation. As long as somebody's looting them. Don't need it. I'm gonna hide corpse looted. Wish you could hit tab to tab between lines of hotkey. HCI. I can't read that color. It's faded. I don't remember what time repops were supposed to be, unfortunately. I got buffed and just, you know, forgot how to act. Ugh. Door hacks. Hack. Close the door to get by. That's why I like the corpses hidden, so I don't accidentally click on one trying to freaking run by. Alright. Oh yeah, I got some spots I like to go for the high 50s for sure, because you could solo for 59 to 60 in Gok. I've done it. I did it on Nui. I did it on stream. That was a lot of streams. That was a real lot of streams. That was like 2 years ago, right? Thereabouts, a year and a half ago maybe. I've been back for a couple of years now. Time flies when you're having fun, and I'm having fun when I'm playing EverQuest. Always. Win, lose, or draw. See what other silly shit I could pull. Couple more. There they are. They didn't frock at me. I didn't get a harumph out of this guy. Remember that? That was one of my favorite in what was that movie? Blazing Saddles. Might get a couple more from that other room because I'm sitting. I'm fine with it though. It's just less I gotta pull. Doesn't seem like it. Oh, don't dispel my pot, G. Don't dispel. Oof. I saw those particles. Better not be going for my pot G. You dirty frog. I'll let my C and Biz fade. Rectify that immediately. Oh, I misunderstood that question. Oh shit. Got a lot of XP in that little burst. Still got a little bit of buffs. Advantage of it. And by a little bit of buffs, I mean all the buffs. Got the pot G, got the regen, got the thorns. Ugh. That being said, I don't think I can be too willy-nilly about wizards. Wolfed in darkness. Oh, good. That was on wipeout. Perfect. Perfect. Just in time to save my ass, I hope. It would appear so. Oh yeah, that one's just straight up fleeing, right? He's going down the stairs. Alright, first repop has arrived. Crack had to go. And we've traded our druid for a cleric. Um, but the nice thing is the cleric needs needs what's it called XP. Makes sense to me. I'm all down. Plus on red server, the more in the group, the merrier. So I think XP is just gonna get better from here. Bloodthirsty Ghoul on the menu. Keep it split. Right? Although now, the power of Pacify. Behold. I like Wipeout. You'll see me play Wipeout every now and then. I'm the Battle Cleric, right? At least when I play him, because I don't like to heal. So, luckily my pals know not to expect too many heals coming from me, right? Because I'm not paying attention to the HP bars. I'm just chilling, swinging a weapon. He's got cool procs, right? Wipeout's got this same hammer, but it's also got friggin' like Dawnfire or whatever it's called. Not Dawn Shroud. That's the name of the peaks in Luckland, right? Dawn Shroud Peaks. It's like Dawnfire, comma, Dragon Loot weapon. Eh, just procced, right? That's why this thing's friggin' running. Oh, he linked it for me. Morning Star of Light. You know it's good when it got a comma. Fight off all distractions. Hey, Captain Lungwhistle, you came to the right place. The least distracting thing ever. Somebody yapping while playing EverQuest, you know? Surely that won't divert your attention. Can't believe my vacation's like more than halfway over though. I got some work done around the house, you know, some stuff I was putting off. And I've definitely gotten some EQ snuck in this week. That's a fact. You're witnessing it now. I played Egg Hunt, right? That's how I started the vacation off. I did a little surprise live on YouTube and Facebook. The Facebook one was vertical. I'm experimenting. I was going to go live on TikTok, but they suspended my access to go live. I think because I did a really short stream last time I tried. I was trying to multi-stream Sunday Swamptacular Splash Fest a couple weeks ago, and it was unwatchably laggy, I heard. So I ended it and, you know, changed some settings, and then I just went live on Twitch, right? I didn't try TikTok again for a couple weeks, and I go to try it. So it's like, nope, we revoked your access. So I appealed it. We'll see what goes on. I'm just trying to show some friggin' love to EverQuest on all social medias. You know what I mean? That's it. That's it. Simple as that. They're afraid that if I could go live on TikTok, uh, it would just be too powerful, I guess. I don't know. We'll see. If they give me access back, you gotta make sure if you got your phone on you, you can watch it vertical, right? You see the way it was meant to be with this UI. This ridiculous setup I have. You can see the vision. Anyways, I went vertical live on Facebook and horizontal live on YouTube and played Egg Hunt, right? You guys remember Egg Hunt from Easter? My struggle quest warrior. He's a dwarf. He likes to roll around and he's very fragile like an egg. If I ever die, I'm deleting him. He's my hardcore. Um, I don't want to say self-found because that's like a little misleading. I've been playing with groups, right? If somebody else is playing like an authentically low level, you know, tune, I'm willing to group up with them. if they have a couple pieces of gear, if it's not anything, if it's not like if it's a weapon or a fungi or something, that would be way too much. But you know what I mean? Like I'm not trying to be like, oh no, your gear's too good to group with my warrior. No, no, no. I'm willing to make new friends. I'm willing to, do some stuff. I put Chilogan was streaming on Twitch, and I saw he was playing a ranger with like no gear at all. So I was like, perfect opportunity to load up Egg Hunt for the first time since Easter, right? And so Egg Hunt got to level 10 or 11 on Easter without dying, still rolling. And then I did my surprise stream on whatever day that was, Monday or something, and got to level 17, right? Made some new friends out there in the freaking the trenches of Fadewar. It was crazy. We had some absolutely zany adventures that day, and I can't wait to do it again. I'm gonna push my luck. I might stream Egg Hunt again this week. Before vacation is done. That's my goal. So if you want to see it, your best way is going to be just join the Discord because I will definitely let the Discord know I'm going live. Right? Speaking of which, I let the Discord know I was going live today, right? Let's check this out. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Um, like clockwork, you know? You already deleted your struggle quest, cleric. No! You used the Brahmi model. Gotcha. Yeah, Brahmi has good taste. Yeah, I should probably met a little bit of mana myself. He used the scrotum out. Hilarious. Oh, I think I might ding. We're already about 3 hours deep into the stream. Took 3 hours to get more than a bubble and a half. I need less than a bubble and a half to go. Let's fucking go. I'm ready. I'm willing. I'm able. Feeling good about it. Got you know, legendary belly on wipeout. Got me. Call me Big League Chewy. Chewy for short. Playing well adjusted. Got Captain Lung Whistle about to make an appearance on Shemeroid. Gonna have a nice little group going. So we'll get this Necro invited. Leader, no, I already got Shihaki. Not leader. Do it that way. It's like so much easier to just like drop group than to ask for leader. You know, if your group is only one other player at the moment, you know, why make all that effort to then have your friend make all that effort of typing make leader? Could have already dropped the group and re-invited them like 10 times by. Okay, here comes bloodthirsty ghoul. Spooking it, keeping it spooked. One little proc. Guess I don't need to keep it spooked now. Much toast. One more repop in this room coming up. Let's see. I think Sentinel might be up. Oh, when I meant Sentinel might be up, I meant the placeholder. I was not actually expecting a ghoul Sentinel. No, I said it, but I didn't mean it. I don't have attack on. Oh. Yeah, I guess I'll fight toe to toe now. there yet. Might get 3. Might get 1. That's the fun of it. Seems like just 1. I would have seen the other 2. They weren't snared. Ooh. We procking on procking yet? Ah, yes. I procced, Wipeout procced. Let's see. That one was a cast one. Just mad at Wipeout. Yeah, what's my strength? 221. Must be buffed. Yeah. That's buffed. That's very high. Alright. Brigandine Tunic. 17 armor class, so I would be giving up 8 armor class on a chest slot, which is the most effective place to have armor class, right? Or at least that was the way we used to believe it. I think visible slots give more than they show, right? So if it's 8 points and I'm at 923, that should drop me down to 915, right? Because I'm losing 8 points, but it's not going to, right? It dropped an extra 5 because it's weighted different, because it's a visible slot. So, that being said, I'm giving up 13 armor class in favor of some strength. The stamina, we can actually see how much that changes. 19, 403, so 16 HP. It's not worth it. The armor class is better for the traditional tank, right? I'm not necessarily a traditional tank, but I think I'm going to keep the armor class. That's so much AC difference. Yeah, I'll definitely give it to your alt now, Shema. I have a few of them if you need any more. I was thinking about wearing it, but talking it out, that's way too much armor class lost in favor of way too little HP gained. Diminishing returns on high strength too, right? Like I'm not a rogue, I'm not stacking strength to backstab. It's nice to have it, but I think the armor class is really gonna have to carry me. I would give up armor class in favor of magic resist though. Better believe it. That's one trade I will make all day. Need more magic resist. That's why I would definitely put on the Sarnak tabard. Easy upgrade for me. Even the Dark Forge chest, I think, has a little bit. I think that's the expensive one to me. You can pass you the trips. Go for it. Only 8.5 hours to go, Trap D. You got this. I believe in you. In 8.5 hours, I think I will be blocked out from this. The red server full loot PvP. It is not. It is coin only. So it's honestly very low stakes. The biggest thing is that it announces to the whole server. It'll do yellow text. It'll say who slayed who where. And that's a fate worse than death for some. You know? You said that makes one of us. No, no, you gotta believe in yourself too, Trapty. It's almost the weekend. You know, time's gonna fly. You're gonna get everything you need to get done, and everybody's gonna be so happy. Hey, Mondasian Wicker Man, anytime. I stream this server every Sunday from 6 a.m. Eastern USA time till like 1 p.m. Nice 7-hour stream every Sunday. Haven't missed one yet this year. Not planning on it. Keep them going strong. Thursdays I do like a 2-hour stream, 6 a.m. to 8 a.m., which is what we're in right now. You may look and be like, hey, it's 9 a.m. Shouldn't you be like gone? But today I'm going extra hard. I'm staying locked in on the EQ, above and beyond the typical Thursday morning. So that being said, I'm hoping to meet some new friends today, you know, see some new names in the chat. It's kind of a different time slot on a different day a little bit, you know, where it's same but different, you know, we're pushing it further. I don't know the last time I did a Thursday stream that went this late. But yeah, the group XP is awesome. Trap D was one of the new friends that I made on Egg Hunt, right? I was talking about how authentic that grind was. You know, we were killing stuff that was a struggle. So it was, you know, I feel good calling it Struggle Quest. Nobody can hold me accountable for hardcore but myself, right? Like if I feel like it's authentic, then I'm proud to do it. If I don't feel like it's authentic, I'm not going to do it, right? Like I saw somebody trying to buff me. I ran away. You know what I mean? Like no buffs from high levels passing through, you know? Like I'm not trying to take the easy route. I'm trying to struggle, you know? The next best thing to a new server. And I'm just going to I say nobody can hold me accountable but myself, but I will be streaming every time I play him, right? Like Egg Hunt has been played twice. He was played on Easter, and he was played earlier this week. And the third stream is going to be a surprise, right? So stay tuned. Check the Discord if you want to be notified. If you're already subscribed to my YouTube channel, then you know, have notifications on there. If you follow me on Facebook, the link is above. I'll go live on Facebook on Egg Hunt too. If they let me go live on TikTok again, I will. But it's just another thing that I didn't do anything, but I'm banned. You know, it's not fair. You know, classic. Tale as old as time. But I can still post TikToks. Don't worry about that. I just can't go live on TikTok. I think I offended them with my short stream the other week when I was experimenting. I just got Streamlabs, and I was like testing it out, and the settings were not good. You know, I had to adjust some things, and now I can stream. Zilkril, it is. It's a consistent pattern, and the consistent, you know, the thread between them all is I didn't do anything. I didn't do it. Whatever they're saying I did, I didn't do. Um, listen, their platform for going live is so friggin' convoluted. It took me so long just to even figure out how to do it in the first place. I did like one successful stream, and then I did one unsuccessful stream that I ended, and then it was a couple Sundays ago. Remember, I was hyping up like I'm gonna multi-stream the Sunday Swamptacular Splash Fest and going live on every platform. I went live on every platform on doing a laggy, unwatchable mess, and I quickly took that, stopped and just went, back to Twitch only, the way that was working for me. I figured it out. I figured out the problem. It was my settings. The settings were whack as hell. Now that the settings are better, it actually is watchable. I got it ironed out during the egg hunt stream, as mentioned. Anyway, I'm hyping all this up because I'm playing hardcore for egg hunt. So when I do, have that moment, I want you to be watching. I want you to see it, and I want you to see that I'm a troll of my word. I will delete egg hunt on the spot, We'll say, a little words of remembering, and that's it. I'll have to start over again on them. Like I've said it before, when I go on my whole like Hippie Darkpaw spiel, right? Like this game is meant to respawn, right? Like Fippy Darkpaw shows us the way. The way is you get knocked down, you learn something, so that when you get back up and try again, you could do it a little better, right? Or at least, the lesson is you just got to be persistent, right? So that's why, I've always said like hardcore is respectable, but I don't think it's, I don't think EQ is a good game for that, I'm trying it anyway. I decided on Easter for a special that I was trying it anyway. So far, so good. Level 17 warrior. Never died. But I feel like it's a matter of when and not if, I'm going to push my luck. And as a warrior, you don't have too many options. You get rooted, what are you going to do? Dispel yourself? Good luck channeling that with 0 channeling skill. Maybe Brad intended for warriors to have the benefit of instant cast golem wands available, or egg-shaped pumices if you're early enough in the timeline, but these are things we don't have on red99, right? We have golem wands, but they're not instant casts. They might as well be unclickable by warriors, you know what I'm saying? Anyway, thank you for coming to my TED Talk. We're just getting started over here. Just bring 2 enchanters to protect Egg Hunt. Who needs a healer? I know, that was such a unconventional group, and I love it. We were playing warrior, ranger, enchanter, and we were kicking ass, honestly. Nothing could stop us except for a brownie scout. And I feel like it was that old saying, right? If you and your friends run into a bear in the woods, you don't need to be faster than the bear. You just need to be faster than your friends. And that's kind of what happened. Except instead of a bear in the woods, it was a brownie scout in Lesser Fate Arc. And maybe, maybe I wasn't KOS to the brownie, but I was not sticking around to find out. I was I was doing barrel rolls, I was strafing, I was doing everything I could to make it to the zone line, because that was about to be it, I was going to get 2-rounded by a brownie that I could do nothing about. And that's hardcore, baby, It was going to be all over, but I made it. That was probably my closest call until the call that I didn't even know about until Chilogan told me. When we all went to Crushbone, we're chilling on the table, and my game crashed. I had something like pop up, and when I went back to EQ, it wasn't working, so I tried to full screen, and it said reset device failed. So I went link dead right there, and apparently I caught aggro while I was link dead, and I almost died, and I didn't even know because I was link dead. Right? If the brownie's not KOS, that would have been funny. But I the last thing I wanted to see was a brownie, you know? So I was like scanning the horizon. I was trying to peek over hills as I'm coming. I'm trying to like, strategically move through Lesser Fay to not get jumped by a brownie. And I saw it. I saw it coming, and I kind of like strafed the other way as fast as I could. And it looked like I was closer than Chilogan's Ranger, right? He was playing Jolt. It looked, and you could see I had my stream going and Chilogan had his stream going. And if you watch the VODs, you could see it from two different angles. And in both angles, it looks like I was closer to the brownie, but it jumped him instead, which is why we're wondering if I was not KOS maybe. But it could have been that the way I was moving was maybe helpful to me. I don't know. Because I was swinging my mouse as hard as I could, strafing, you know what I mean? Like, it was, I took a very hard strafe away. If they're a KOS to a Wood Elf Ranger, they must be KOS to a Dwarf. That's what I would figure. I was, like I said, I was not stopping to check. I was not doing anything other than running as hard and fast as I could with, no sow, nothing. Just barrel roll, strafe, and the determination of Fippy Darkpaw. Yeah, I really don't know what the dwarf faction is compared to the brownies. But to me, it felt like a very close call. It was heart pounding action, and it was just PVE. And that being said, if Egg Hunt gets killed in PvP, well, it is what it is. You know what I mean? I would delete it as well. I'm not playing like no res necessary, right? Those guys kind of offended my sensibilities, right? There was a guild that came over here once to red99, which is great. I welcome guilds coming to red 90. I think it's a wonderful thing. I think it should happen more often. But here's the part I didn't like. Here's what rubbed me the wrong way. They did their big recruitment thing, and in the recruitment they said we chose red99 because it's an empty server and we can do what we want. So just PvP doesn't count. We're just gonna, we're just gonna play hardcore EverQuest, and we're gonna take it. I didn't like that attitude. It's like it's not an empty server. It's a sparsely populated server where it's survival of the fittest. You know what I mean? Like the few people you see on here are not going to take kindly to those words. No, it was called no res necessary. You won't see them around because they're long extinct. They lasted about 3 weeks probably, and they were hilarious, honestly, because uh, they would find every excuse to not delete. Right? One time, I'm in the zone on my 60 Shadow Knight, and they're a bunch of like level 40s or something, and I didn't do anything. I'm not, they're out of my PvP range. I wasn't even like, I didn't even care to watch what they were doing. I really didn't, it didn't bother me. I'm just existing. Anyways, next thing you know, I see all these frocks, and I hear like, uh, dark elves like you must die or something like that. You know what I mean? Or halflings like you must, whatever it was. It was aggro on something that wasn't me, a troll shadow knight. Um, and I'm like, what's going on? So I do run over to watch, and I turn my recorder on. Luckily, so you see all these frocks in their direction. You see that I was doing nothing. Um, I was just chilling, minding my own business elsewhere in the zone. And I run over and I see them all like training themselves in the safe hall. And anyway, they reported me for training them. Luckily, I had proof that I didn't. And they had proof that I didn't also, because one of them was streaming on YouTube. Or maybe they uploaded it after the fact. Whatever it was, I saw a video that was like supposedly proof of me training them. They were trying to get me permabanned for it. And in their own video, you see that the Necro is like up against the wall in Safe Hall in the Nook, summons a pet, and it summons on top of the tower because obviously you're in the freaking Nook. And he sits down, and it aggroes every freaking Froglock in the tower. How funny is that? How funny is that stuff? So anyway, that didn't count because I was in the zone, and it made them play in a, you know, in a way that they wouldn't have played if I wasn't in the zone. So it all counted as PvP kills, even though I was minding my own business 20 levels above their range. You know what I mean? Hilarious. Hilarious. I thought it was hilarious. That being said, you don't know what you got till it's gone. I thought those guys were so funny and fun, but then they all left. It's just, just the usual suspects on the server again. But yeah, anyway, I used to friggin' roast them because I would just follow them around when they're doing corpse runs. Because I would see them, I would see no res necessary guys naked running from their bind to their corpse. So I would follow them around and record it and be like, check out this hardcore corpse run, you know? Because they were all, if nobody saw it, it didn't happen. They were always coming up with excuses. And even with all their like freebies, none of them got past the mid 50s. Right, imagine if I got banned. Exactly, I know. That's why I was like, especially because when they accused me in out of character first, and I said um, that I didn't or whatever, and the guy said he was 1,000% sure that it was me. The Necro that trained them all said he was 1,000% sure it was me. So anyway, that I kept using that as a friggin' roast. Like, are you 1,000% sure? Logan, I'm going hard. I'm trying to ding. I got a bubble left, so I don't know, maybe a couple hours. Is that cool with you? You down for that? Or good to see you. I was regaling chat with the tale of when you were playing Jolt, and I was playing Egg Hunt, and Trap D was playing Choms. We don't know who was playing Stillmatic, right? Have we figured that out yet? It was a ring. Got a sash last night. Not this sash. I already have this sash. Yeah, Stillmatic's been playing. It's cool. Did they admit that they were wrong when you posted the video? Somebody else did from their group, but they said it in a real like rude way that was like implying that they already like admitted it was them and apologized when that was not the case. Um, I think the Necro never addressed it. He you know he said it was me and then stuck with that. And then his group mates eventually admitted that it was him. They still took their hardcore corpse runs back because of reasons, but it's whatever. You know what I mean? EverQuest enjoyers enjoying EverQuest. I'm not gonna freaking hate on it. I'm not gonna play like that. Is my point. If I die, I don't care if it was PvP. I don't care if it was a pet warped. It is what it is. But that's on Egg Hunt, right? Egg Hunt is fragile as an egg. This is well adjusted. Well adjusted as the power of Fippy Darkball will respawn upon death, as Brad intended. It is what it is. Yeah, you think it was a little over the line when I know. That one Necro in particular was very upset with me earlier than that. You know what I mean? That was just one more thing. And I think he didn't want to admit he was wrong. But anyway, that guild, like I said, like I respected the idea of trying to do hardcore. I just did not like their attitude. I didn't like them besmirching my kingdom. Let's face it, this red 99 is FOH 99. You know what I mean? I'm not gonna just sit idly by while you besmirch our kingdom. Rogue Bond, I'm coming for the HB. Oh wait, I can't get HB anyway. I don't want HB, I got Pot G. Anyway, that was ancient history. That was like a year ago now. The no res necessary mess. Love interrupting its cast. Alright, I was pulling from across the way. Shit, why am I pulling? We should have Marshall chain pull for us, right? That's the way a real group would do it. Or we should both pull. This one's gonna be dog speed, sure. Still faction though. There's a few. Why aren't they frocking? Why are frocks broken? They were working fine like last year. Sometime in the past year, frocks been very unreliable. Now we get XP for the wand. Oh! Yeah, you know your magic resist sucks when it's landing the big stun nuke on you. Supposed to resist that one easy. Another sentinel, back to back. Back to back senties. They're going real hard today. It's the rise and grind, and now we're transitioning into the just keep grinding. You know? Might have to change the title. Maybe in a half hour, right? It's still early. West Coast. Server's waking up still. You just keep grinding soon enough. Guess these things aren't up yet. Trying to chain pull, but the frog locks have other ideas. It's not up yet. There we go, here's trouble. It's getting a little crowded in here. Just spook it. Should come right back. Hey, Frankenbeans, what's going on? How you doing this morning? Good to see you. We're just, I would say we're just getting started over here. No, you know what? I will. We're just getting started over here. Rise and grind stream going late today, keeping it rolling. We're still grinding. Didn't have to go to work this morning. Off. So I'm on. You know? Down in the depths, down in Guck with the homies. Got let's see. Roll call. Got Chilogan in the house. We got In My Belly in the house, the legend. We got Captain Lung Whistle in the house. No nameplate there. Skelly form. And of course, who could forget Big League Chewy? That's me on the Well Adjusted the Shadow Knight. Glad you're here. What are we fighting? Zalgul. Zalgul, man. Zalgul. Oh, I just thought of a nonsense post. Hold on. You know those... You ever see those ones where... I gotta think of a good example. And it's probably easier to show. I'm just gonna post something in my Discord. I can't... I'll get to this later, if I even remember it. But my point is, I want to take a screenshot of that Zal Ghul Knight, and then, like, you know, have, like, an arrow pointing at the name. I don't know. It's just, it's so stupid, I shouldn't even say it. I was going to show Saul from Better Call Saul, like, pretending, like, look, it says Saul Goodman, but it doesn't. It says Zal Goodnight. It's, like, not the same. Stupid. Sometimes I just, like... I'm a visionary. I envision really stupid stuff. With the power of image editing software and impact font, I can sometimes make these stupid visions come to life. For the betterment of nobody, you know? Better Call Saul, yeah, exactly. Better Call Saul, it's a Zal Ghul Knight. Zal Ghul Man. It's one of those things like it's like a horseshoe, right? Like if it makes enough sense, it's funny, and if it makes the opposite, it like loops back towards funny, I like to think. I'm hoping that might land in like the good part of the horseshoe on that one. Well, the good thing is I said it out loud, so now like I might remember to make it later. I'm not making it now. You'll see it. You'll see the finished product and you'll be like, this was not worth the wait. Look at that precision split. Hey, Silid F, good morning to you. Question of the day. Question of the day today. Normally I do it on Sundays, but since you asked for you, I'm coming up with one. Live on the spot. Question of the day. If you were on vacation, but you had nowhere to go, how would you spend your day? I gotta know. I just gotta know. I'm taking a survey. It's the question of the day. On today, a Thursday, a rise and grind. We're still grinding. I'm like almost a full 2 hours past my normal end time on a Thursday. You know, this is damn near unprecedented. Oh shit, I should probably pay attention to my HP bar. Like, getting worked by this friggin' Darghoul. Sleeping or playing EQ. I know, I feel ya. I'm doing it too. I'm here. Ishiwatari EQ, you gonna get in on the grind? You'd be sleeping or watching somebody play EQ? Yeah, yeah. Hey, Frankenbeans is happy to provide that too. Let's give a shout out to Frankenbeans right now in the chat. If you don't already know, I gotta type P99 underscore. If you don't already know, Frankenbeans is a top-notch EverQuest streamer. If you don't know, then you must have been living under a rock because we know. We know. But if you don't know, click that right now. Give him a follow. Definitely check out his streams. You will enjoy. I can guarantee you'll enjoy. Getting a little life tap action. We'll chain the life taps together. But yeah, I appreciate you asking for a question of the day. I know a few weeks ago I would have been like, nah, we only do that Sunday. But I decided why? Why we only do that Sunday? If somebody wants a question of the day on a Tuesday or a Thursday and they ask me, I'm going to come up with one. Why not? Right here, live on twitch.tv. That's right. Hey, I appreciate you being here. You know what I mean? Thursdays, I do a rise and grind stream every week. I've been as consistent on the Thursdays as I have been on the Sundays. You know what I mean? They don't stop. But that being said, they do stop at 8 a.m., but not today. Today I'm on vacation and I'm playing EQ. So I mean, there's my answer. You already know what I'm gonna do. I am still online. Oh yeah, yeah. Ishiwatari EQ. It's an unprecedented Thursday indeed. Going strong. We're going solid. We're going hard. We're going big, or we're going home. You know what I mean? Someone gotta keep exactly. If you let these frog locks get too comfy, they're gonna You know? I'm gonna rise up. Oh yeah, Marshall's pulling. What am I doing? Getting rooted is what I'm doing. Helping. If I sit here, any repop should aggro. If we don't get ads, then I guess there's no repops. Go find Sarge. Could be why I couldn't target him. Yeah, Shemroid and fecality. We know how to party, it's true. I just want to join in on this fight, but I'm rooted. I used to have access to a little Shadow Knight named Poop Gun, but Poop Gun had to get renamed. You know, sensibilities have changed. It's not 2011 anymore. You can't just have troll Shadow Knights named Poop Gun running around the server. No, no, no. Sprunkit. That's the new name. I like Sprunkit. It's a good name. Funny. I don't know. Just a funny word. I was inspired by the banker of Grob. I think his name was Sprinkit or something like that. Yeah, Sprunkit's still kicking. Right? Cool Keith is the best. You know, I used to love that album, the Doctor Octagonacologist album. Um, Armed with 7 rounds of space doo-doo pistols. I used to say like nobody can fit the word doo-doo in a song like better than Cool Keith. You know what I mean? That wasn't a one-off thing. You know, he somehow made it work a couple times without like overdoing it. Like who was that one? Like I'm embarrassed I can't think of her name right now. She was very popular last year, a couple years ago. But she like it was like she kept making weird like poopy lines. She kept saying like everything was poopy this and diaper that. And, like, are you okay? You know, you can't overdo it. Cool Keith never overdid it. Ice Spice. That was the one. Remember Ice Spice? Never had. She was huge. You know? It was crazy. think you're the shit. Not even a fart. That's honestly like that one was funny. That one was funny. You know, she should have left it at that. The one that was like, I wear a diaper so much, you should call me Miss Poopy or whatever. That one was like, huh? Or what? Is that what she said? She said something like that. I swear. Among other like really weird and like kind of cringe things, right? Am I wrong? Am I remembering this wrong? Fecality. Good reference. I like that reference. Referencing a callback to earlier in the stream. How's the mic sound today? So I found out, I finally figured out how to do it like a sound gate or whatever, right? Like I'm not, can you hear my keyboard clacking? I'm like, can you hear that? Can you hear my fan? I got the fan going. So I'm not like all friggin' sweaty and like, you know, struggling right now. It's nice. Quality of life. You could hear the typing a little bit. Okay. That's fair enough. Honestly, like, I don't mind you guys hearing the keyboard so much. I know it's not for everybody, but I think it's part of the authentic experience, you know what I mean? You could tell when I'm more frantic, when I'm frantically clacking them. You can tell when I'm chilling with a nice chill click, you know? But the fan, I keep the fan off normally. Asthma, keyboard's asthma for all. Yeah, yeah. That's what I was figuring. You know, what I mean, I didn't want to deprive you of that, so I was trying to find like a fine line where hopefully the keyboard would still, you know, make an appearance, but the fan would be chilling, cool. You know, I'm sure it's gonna be another hot one today. It's just been like a lot of hot days in a row. I'm not complaining. I'm just enjoying some EverQuest, seeing what I see. I think everybody can see the group window right now, right? You can, oh yeah, it's over here. So you see that? Maybe I should chill. Maybe I should not pull right now while we're all like recovery mode. Anyways, did anybody see my latest clip from the other day? It was Orc Friend versus a Gnome Wizard, and Orc Friend was triumphant. Looted that Gnome Wizard for over 800 plat. Feels good. Feels real good. I hope you liked it if you saw it. And if you didn't see, I hope you check it out. It's on your social media of choice, right? If you use Facebook, I got the link pinned today, right? That's the link of the day. If you haven't followed me on Facebook, I could really use the support. You know, let me bless your feed with some mostly EverQuest content. You know, every now and then I'm gonna stream another game. It's just a place where you can find out about the stream, etc., etc. Right? That's a lot of plat to carry. It was a heavy load. Had to, you know, I was encumbered all the way to the bank. Let's see what we see over here. Oh. That's how it goes when you farm spec. I know it was double loot too. So those specs were dropping a lot of scythes, I bet. Tons of scythes. You know? Why farm when you could just let somebody else farm for you and then farm them, right? That's the PvP way. We got layers to this. Anyway, I tried to get him again last night, but he did have a friend last night. And 2v1, they were getting the better of me, you know? I was my own worst enemy, though. The sun was in my eyes, and by that I mean Harm Touch was not on page 2 of my hotkeys, and I was using page 2 because I was trying to bow quest him. And I'm just not used to bow questing yet, you know. So I didn't. I'm hitting the hotkey button, and no hotkeys, no harm touch is happening. And you know, you got to heal. The window of opportunity passed. The next thing you know, the tides had turned. But I got away, you know. It's all good. I lived to tell the tale. Anyway, if he wasn't looking for revenge after getting all the coins, I'm sure he definitely wants it now that they almost got me. So close. It was honestly extremely close. What is BowQuest? So BowQuest is something that I'm trying to demo, right? I was trying to demonstrate some BowQuest PvP during that encounter. So instead of using my normal weapon that I would, right? I would normally use the shovel, right? Herbalist spades, amazing. Instead, I was using weighted axe and a bow. And for some reason on this server, it applies the delay bonus to the bow, right? And everyone's like, it's a feature. It's not a bug. This is classic. This is what Brad intended. You know? So I fought against it for 2 years, but now I've decided I'm going to embrace it. You know? This is the meta. Why not? So it was my first time really trying to like fully bow quest somebody. And, you know? Now I'm ready. Now I got Harm Touch on the bar, ready to go. Next time I get somebody down, I'll finish them off. I could have even just finished them off with the bow, but I went in for the Harm Touch. You know? Whatever. Whatever. How about the fellow who posted on Reddit about getting banned for glitching behind the zone line? Is that generally frowned upon here? That is an excellent question, Silent F. I actually had a whole rant about this in a recent stream. Let me go over the highlights of that for you. Here's the thing: for years and years and years, everybody has known how to get behind zone lines, right? It's a classic mechanic. It is, as we say, as Brad intended, right? And it's classic as fuck. And we've been doing it. Here's the thing about it. Strategically, there's not much use for it. You're accessing a small area of real estate that is, you know, has very limited use. So, that being said, in the heat of the moment in PvP, you're not really seeing it too often, but every now and then, a very experienced PvPer that is running to the zone line might try to juke you by instead going behind the zone line. And you know what I mean? And you follow them and hit the zone line. Now you zone, and they have time to like med a sec, and then you come back, and now, you know, the flow is changed. The pacing of the fight is now at the control of the other. You know what I mean? Like that is like a use case, right? Anyway, that's why when somebody runs to a zone line, I would stop and wait to see what they do. Do they go behind or do they zone? Or did they stop short? And you know what I mean? Like it's part of the dance. Part of the dance. Oh, anyway, I equipped weighted axe because I was going to show you this. Here's damage with the weighted axe. As soon as it's ready, I swung with it, so you know there's big delay. But anyway, I'm shooting. It's hard to hit stuff because I'm not a warrior. I'm just a shadow knight. But there you go, 70 damage, 83 damage. Pretty good. Pretty good damage. I'm using store-bought arrows and a runed oak bow. Nothing special here. Nothing special here, but it's hitting very hard. Let's compare it to a normal weapon, right? A two-hander. See if I can land something before the fight's over. Oh shit, I hit the pet. I'll fear it. Doing what I gotta do. Anyways. So going behind the zone line, it was always an acceptable tactic. It's not something you would see every day because it's such a limited use case, but it was just part of the game. Anyway, somebody who knows how to go behind the zone line reported somebody for going behind the zone line. Rather than just chasing them behind the zone line themselves, they chose to, turn the recorder on and use it to report them. And they had their friends report them too. And all the reporting got the GMs to act on it, right? These are GMs that aren't really don't have the background here. So I don't think they knew that it's not against the rules. There's nowhere in the rules that says you can't do that. You know what I mean? There's nowhere. It's never been in the rules. It's never been a rule. You know what I mean? It's like a tried and true tactic. Or it was. Now it's not. Now you'll get permabanned for it with no warning, right? That was as far as I could tell, a first offense, no warning permaban for a classic tactic that's never been a problem anywhere, right? I just don't get it. Right. That's why I was so mad about it. You know what I mean? It was one of my guildies that got permabanned, but it's not somebody I'd ever played with. They had only recently joined the guild, but some of my guildies said they were a great friend. Um, you know what I mean? And it's a real big loss for the server. Let's face it, it's a loss for the server whenever anybody gets permabanned, unless they're a real cheater, which is what these guys who reported them are trying to say. They're like, good riddance, we got rid of a cheater. It's not in the rules. It's not cheating. It's a niche tactic that has no offensive benefit, right? It's just was part of a rock paper scissors game that was going on at the zone lines. Now they took that away. This whole game is just a series of slight advantages, game knowledge, and abusing mechanics. So to just arbitrarily draw a line right there, it's like, okay, so that's a mechanic we can't abuse now? How does that affect the lev trick? Because it's the same mechanic, right? Get behind the zone line the same way you levitate higher. And lev trick is tried and true. It's part of the walkthroughs of how to do stuff. Nobody's getting banned for lev trick on blue. But what if what if the wrong people take a video of you doing the lev trick on red? Are you going to get banned for it? By some bad faith arguments, by some losers that can't win in real PvP? Have to take it to the lawyer quest? You know? The reporter better never use an exploit. Right, this is coming from people who all day bow quest. And potentially other, I'm not gonna sit here and throw mud other than that. You know what I mean? We can speculate on other things they do, but um, it was a bad faith argument at the very least. You know what I mean? At the very least. And I think it's concerning the stance the GMs took on it. You know, they didn't even update the rules. Like if it's such a no-no, put it in the rules and say why. You know what I mean? Or like what about it? What about going behind the zone line isn't allowed? Here's the thing, you don't even need to you know, like tab out to go behind some zone lines. Are you gonna get banned for going behind one of those zone lines? And how is that different from being a gnome and fitting in a nook that an ogre can't fit in? You know what I mean? Like, at least a zone line, every character has the same opportunity to go behind it. There are no appointed red GMs, exactly. They are green and blue GMs that split their time. The, it is what it is, and unfortunately, I think some bad actors are using that to their advantage to get their way. You know what I mean? You mass report somebody for something, and the GMs are going to be like, I guess it's against the rules. Look at all these reports about it. You know, I think that's what happened. I honestly think that's what happened. You think there might be a few red GMs? Yeah, there's GMs on red, but I think they're like primarily. You've seen two or three here that you've never seen on green. That's interesting. That's very interesting. If you have to tab out to go behind the zone line, you think that's an exploit. Okay, but what about lev trick? You have to tab out to lev trick, and that's perfectly acceptable. So why, if there's going to be an arbitrary line drawn, you would think they would give a warning to a player before permabanning them. I just think it's very weird. Right, you can tab out to lock in strafe run. So of course the ads come now. That's how it goes. Classic. I put the classic emote for ads because that's classic. All right, let me know when the ads are done. But, okay, are the ads done yet? Let me know. Always so freaking crowded right now. Good thing I'm the only troll here right now. Imagine we had a couple more trolls in this hallway. Would you pay 45,000 plat for tribal war boots? That's what that seller wants. 45,000 plat. You'd almost buy a fungi tunic. Would you put tribal war boots close to the same price tier as fungi tunic where you're from? Or is this seller off his rocker? Like there's supply and demand, and then there's making shit up. Okay, anyway, are the ads over? Um, what I was saying. You'd be friendly firing group members? Yeah, yeah. Hey, I'm glad the ads are over. Okay, what were we talking about? Where were we? We were talking about where do you draw the line, right? For me, personally, I thought the line was drawn at the letter of the rule, right? If there's a rule, we follow the rule. We have comprehensive list of rules for this server. Not only are we bound to the P99 rules, but there's the red99 play nice policy on top of that. You know what I mean? Like there's no shortage of rules. And there's no rule and there's no precedent here to permaban somebody for something that's like, okay, you were just saying you think it's an exploit to go behind the zone line if you have to tab out to do it. Yeah, I mean, maybe you're right, but I think with that logic, lev trick would be the same exploit. You know what I mean? Like, if there's a rule against it, they got to write the rule down. because it's scary, you know? It's makes it tough to play this game because like what if they decide like, oh, you're abusing hitboxes by jousting. You're exploiting you know? Like where it's crazy. I feel like that's they could do that at this point. Like anything goes when they're able to present non-rules as perma-bannable offenses. You know? I don't know. I'm not trying to crash out about it any more than I already have. I crashed out about it big time because I think it's so ridiculous. It's the principle of it. So lev trick is if you tab out when you're high and tab in when you're high, you just keep going up. You know what I mean? Like you know how you bob? You kind of make the bob only go in one direction. And it's tried and true classic mechanic. And it's used every day on blue and green. And I'm afraid to do it on red because you know, what if I get permabanned for doing it here? Because you know, friggin' bad actors are standing by like Randall in Recess. Remember that cartoon? You know, like ready to tattle on you. You know, I'm all for cheaters getting busted, but I'm not all for the other stuff. Okay, you have a general idea. You think most people on Red enjoy things like Red Trick. Hold on, thing resized. Okay. Do you think most people on Red enjoy things like the Lev Trick / getting behind ZL, or do a majority wish no one did it and they only do it because it's necessary to stay competitive? I think I don't know. I don't know if I could speak for everybody, but I think it's something that like almost never comes up, you know? Especially in actual PvP combat. Like it's such a niche maneuver that it's just largely irrelevant. I think we can all benefit from a little more freedom as far as we shouldn't be afraid of getting permabanned for stuff that's not a written rule. Like period. Um, and I don't want to live in fear. Like I accidentally just screen dragged, right? I'm trying to turn and you know my mouse moved the screen. If I was near a zone line, I might have ended up behind it. What if somebody took a video or a screenshot of that? Am I going to get permabanned for an absolute accident because I play in windowed mode because I'm streaming? You know, like I don't want that to happen. And that's like the world we live in now. You know, they're trying to change the meta to a real lame lawyer quest permaban. You know, because they're losing actual EverQuest. You know, they can't win EverQuest, so they got to play lawyer quest. You think exploiting a bug is cheating? You don't agree permanent bans, temp bans enough. Uh, that's the thing. If there was a warning and they were doing it anyway, you know, the GMs were like, "Hey, you can't do that," and they were like, "Oh, I didn't know," and then they did it anyway. Like, okay, I could see some level of punishment for that. I don't think you know what I mean, like a permaban is warranted for it, but hey, they were warned and they did it anyway. That shows intent. But for a first offense permaban, that's crazy. That's crazy. Keep in mind, this is a player who had multiple level 60s and now got permabanned and has not come back, right? The server lost an active player, right? And a chunk of the server is dancing about it and cheering about it because they're just getting their ass beat in legitimate EverQuest play. You know, it's crazy. It's pathetic, is what it is. And I called them pathetic directly, and I don't think they come in the chat anymore because you know it is what it is. You know, I'm still gonna fire off a couple /rudes just in case. You know, maybe they're not watching live. Maybe they're watching a restream somewhere. You know. These /rudes are for the haters and the losers. Anyways, I'm not trying to get all negative. We're 4 hours deep in a Thursday rise and grind. We're still grinding. How you guys feeling? I'm feeling great. I love this game. But anyway, I seen some of those, one of those losers in particular got freaking dunked on twice in a row. He died on his warrior and then came back on his druid with Brahmi and died again. They both died. I saw the yellow text. Oh, no. Hey, Silent F, I'm happy to get a little riled up. I'm happy to get a little riled up. Just, at the same time, you know, I'm trying to stay positive. I don't like what happened, and it's honestly it's the principle of the thing more than the fact that it was one of my guildies. You know, it's a guildie I never got to meet, and that sucks. A lot of people seem to really enjoy their presence, you know, on the server. So I think it's a loss for everybody, even those that are dancing and celebrating. You know, they they don't know how. No, they just don't know. They don't get it. Exactly. That's why, you know, I've been using my platform here on twitch.tv to talk about this. You know, I have not been quiet on the subject, um, especially when it was more fresh. So when it first happened, I heard about it. And this is the part that got me. Oh, somebody's in the zone. So the part that got me crashing out, if you will, is the fact that when it first happened, I said it's not true. I didn't believe. You know what I mean? Because that didn't make sense to me. Hey, Sanguine, good to see you. It didn't make sense to me. You know, because it's not a rule. They're not going to permaban somebody for, you know, doing something that's perfectly fine. So I said it's not. I didn't believe it. I said they obviously did something else. You know, it's for them to be permabanned. We're not hearing the whole story. And then a month later, the Reddit post came out because the person followed proper channels. They didn't go freaking, you know, posting about it and crashing out about it. They instead, you know, they appealed to a GM and waited for a month just to be told no. You know, with no real freaking, you know, they posted all the receipts. We know exactly what happened. We know what they were reported for. We can even see the video that was used in the report. It's crazy, you know, and so I felt like an idiot for doubting. You know what I mean? Like I felt like an asshole. So that added to me crashing out about it. So. Uh-oh. You guys came peeking, huh? Training the group over here. How does going red on a green or blue server compare to the official red server? Well, over here there's no other option. We're all PvP mode. So it's an actual threat of violence, I would say. Versus the other servers where there's the occasional red name player to watch out for. Are the red play nice rules generally figured out between yourselves? So here's the thing. They used to be, but they since... I'm talking about it like it's a recent thing. It's not recent at all. It's been going since early in the server, probably 2012, 2013. They added the play nice policy, and they gave us really no room to police ourselves like we used to. Everything became bannable offenses, except for boxing. For some reason, they like to do catch and release with these freaking repeat offender boxers. You'll see people 7 boxing, 6 boxing, whatever, and they'll get suspended, and then they're back doing it again. It's like cost of doing business for them. You know, I don't get why that's like, oh, they didn't know any better. That takes like deliberate intent. You don't accidentally box. You know what I mean? You are trying to cheat. You know the rules, and it's even hard coded where you can't do it, right? Try to, what if you like minimize EverQuest and you forget that you're on, and then you're like, I want to play some EverQuest. You try to load up EverQuest. It's not even going to let you log in because of it knows that you already have an account open. So you have to like circumvent the coding in order to do this. You know what I'm saying? Like they know what they're doing. It's not an accident. Going behind his own line, like I said, is something you could accidentally do. Like to be permabanned for something, that's I don't know, fucking crazy. I wish we could just police ourselves, honestly. I wish we didn't have the play nice policy as far as letting people get their corpses. I think if somebody deserves to be corpse camped, we should be able to. You know what I mean? I think it was a worthy punishment that we would use on, you know, players that deserved it. You know, Holocaust members. Uh, maybe those no res guys that tried to get me banned. You know what I mean? Like stuff like that. It should be worthy of, community policing. But no, 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 no. We're not allowed to do that anymore. And the crazy part is, when they came up with that rule that people are able to get their corpse, um, it was back when you lost XP when you got killed, right? So it was to prevent people from getting farmed naked, right? If they didn't want to be farmed naked and they said, loot and scoot, then they, hands off. You don't want to get banned for attacking them. You gotta hands off in a very unclassic and unimmersive way, That's the rule they made. But it was to protect people's XP bars. Now, you don't lose XP on PvP death, so what's the point? You know what I mean? I don't get it. I don't get it. You can only loot their coin once. After that, they don't have any coin to loot. So, like, who cares? If you want to waste your time killing somebody naked, that should be your own freaking prerogative. But what do I know? I'm just yapping. I just start opening my mouth and words come out. It happens time and time again. And they used to ban me on the forums for opinions like this. But not anymore. They can't do that. Because I'm not on the forums. I'll shout my opinions from the rooftop here on twitch.tv, and then I'll re-upload the stream on YouTube, and they can't do shit about it, right? Love that. Love that for me. It's a new era. Friendship ended with Forum Quest. Twitch.tv is my new best friend. Would it be worth to have a second set of gear in the bank? Absolutely. That's how we used to do it. Back in the day when things were rugged, it was so immersive. It was rugged and raw, and we had so much fun. Um, and they wanted to water it down, and they did, but we still have fun anyway. But that being said, yeah, there's a very comprehensive set of play nice rules that we are bound by. It's hilarious. You like that they have to say stuff to me in Twitch chat because I don't read group chat when I'm streaming. It's too much stuff to read, and I have them on opposite sides of the screen. I just I'll browse the chat for highlights. Sorry guys, they know what it is. I've been streaming every Thursday all year, every Sunday all year. This is nothing new to them. Tuesdays are now Tuesdays. That's the only day you might catch me not on EQ, right? I'll mix it up. Is it weird they try to Please the masses on a server with low pop. Yeah, it's so. Like I said, it was a long time ago. There were more players at the time, and a lot was different. But the fact that they haven't, they never updated it after they changed the way XP loss is handled. So I don't get it. But anyways, as much as I complain, I like this game. I enjoy this game a lot. I like to play it frequently. What was the gnome doing with 800 plat anyway? I know, right? He was he must have felt unstoppable. He thought he would just get a gate off no matter what happened, Not on my watch, not that day. He was farming the specters, and it was bonus loot. Bonus XP, bonus loot. Perfect time to farm specters, right? Getting extra scythes. You're selling those scythes for plat. And just getting heavy, If I was encumbered, he was encumbered. Like that stuff like burdened my Shadow Knight. Had to waddle all the way back to Grob. Pockets full of pilfered platinum. Yeah, it was great. He was cocky. Like I said, he felt untouchable. He thought nobody was going to stop him. Stopped him. Stopped him quick. But yeah, that one, I had fun making that clip. My favorite thing is trying to pick a good song for him. I'm doing like some like jump up on the Dark Elf Shadow Knights. I'm thinking of maybe like trying to do different styles for the different tunes, so that when you see the clip, you already know the vibe. So like the Dark Elf Shadow Knights have been getting some like jump up. That one in Crush, the recent one in Crushbone, that was like brand new. That song just came out that day. So, you know, your jump up plug. How does how often does buying and selling from another player go awry? It could. You got to be careful. So, important thing is level ones are immune to PvP. So a lot of trading happens with level one mules. We have bankers, we call them, right? Our banker in Freeport at the bank will usually be the way a lot of people do their trades because we don't trust each other. We really, for the most part, we don't. Like, sure, I'm gonna bring all this platinum to you. Let me bring platinum and meet you out in the middle of this zone. It's like you're just asking for trouble. You're not a fan of changing MMOs to cater to people to get more. Well, here's the beauty of it. There's supposedly no money changing hands here, right? We're a emulator server, a labor of love, and there's no market like that. In fact, they will ban anybody who tries to, allude to a market like that. So, any changes they made, they're appealing to people, but it's, for other reasons other than money, we have to assume, right? We have no choice but to assume that that's the reason. Right, right. They're very explicit that there's no money made. So we know what's going on with THJ, right? Has anybody not heard? This is like kind of old news now, so I'm assuming you all know. But if you don't know the story of the THJ lawsuit that is currently unfolding, then you know, speak up and I'll fill you in. But otherwise, I think, you know, the THJ lawsuit is a perfect example of why you know, P99 treads the way they do. You're dealing with that on green, the way people are bottlenecking things. Yeah, the plane of hate minis are a hot topic over on green. Huh? Like, to me, I feel like the player who wants it more is gonna get it, right? Like, if people want to get the minis, they have to prioritize getting the minis. The players who are beating them to the minis are prioritizing getting the minis, right? People think it's a bot or whatever. What if it's just a player that's got nothing better to do than to, you know, sit there waiting for the pop? You know, it's not that far-fetched, you guys. It's really not. Especially on the PvE server, right? PvE. Because you don't have the threat of a player just running up on you while you're sitting there semi-AFK. You know, you can just be chilling. I think it's not that far-fetched for, you know, and not for it to be authentic player action. Then again, I don't participate, right? I'm not in Plane of Hate on green. I can only, you know, make wild assumptions as a non-player there, an outsider. Uh, to me, it doesn't sound far-fetched for somebody to, you know, be on top of them. Right, the whispers of RMT kickbacks. Right. People, people want to believe there's greater conspiracy going on because it's fun, right? Conspiracies are fun. Truth is often boring. Reality is often mundane. Conspiracies, they can be fantastical. They can be exciting. They can be romantic even, you know? Who knows? So, with that in mind, I say just because somebody wants loot and you can't see why they would want it other than RMT, maybe they just want loot, you know? Oh yeah, in general, MMOs are very money motivated. In general, absolutely. And there's money to be made, right? As we're seeing with this whole THJ lawsuit situation, this never would have come up if there wasn't money changing hands at the scale that it was. It proves that people want to spend money on an old game. And, you know, as the IP holder, I can see where, you know, Daybreak is kind of feeling like if you're going to be spending money, you should be spending it with us. We own this. You know, I get it. I get it. I don't think it's good for EQ Emu, but I get where they're coming from. Especially when you see the lawsuit and you see the terms they're breaking down here, right? They're defining stuff like Lord Nagafin. They got diagrams. They see Exhibit B for what Kazakh Thule looks like. You know what I mean? Like they're really trying to paint this picture where it's like we own this, and look what these other people that aren't us are using to make money. You know what I mean? Like it almost seems open and shut to me in a way that makes me nervous for the future. But I'm not trying to sit here and say the sky is falling, right? P99 has existed peacefully alongside the IP holders for a very long time now. And I think it's no small part due to the agreement, right? We're going to put heavy quotes and trademark, right? There is an agreement between Rogan and Daybreak, right? We've been told. We've been told there's an agreement. Do we know what that agreement is? We sure don't. There's been speculation the agreement might mean no more new servers. You know, could that be why there's no more new servers? We don't know. We can only speculate because we don't know the agreement. But all we know is P99 seems to be safe, right? It's been a very large thing in the EQ Emu scene for a long time. And, you know, so far so good. What are the odds that Daybreak starts their own THJ server? I mean, so here's the thing. If Daybreak, like, the major update that was coming, the THJ, 20 years of custom servers, this shit ain't going nowhere, says Chilligan. Right, right. So the big update that was coming to THJ was that they were adding modes, right? Where you could go self-found mode and you can go hardcore mode, right? These are like checkboxes or something, right? Where that's a major change. That's really cool and different and innovative and just giving the people what they want. And that's part of what the lawsuit explicitly is stopping, right? They do not want that update. They said you cannot release that update as part of the stipulated agreement of the lawsuit right now. And if they stop that from happening, they're denying people what they want, right? The people want hardcore mode. The people want self-found mode hard coding, right? This is what the people want. So if Daybreak says no THJ, you can't do that, but then they turn and give the people what they want. I mean, it's a little weird, but I feel like it's a good thing, right? The people get what they want. Maybe not the way they wanted it, from who they wanted it and where they wanted it, but you know, EverQuest as a whole marches forwards into the new millennium finally. You know what I mean? Finally, the people are getting what they want. And but if they stop THJ from doing it and then they don't implement it themselves, I think that you know that sucks. That really sucks, right? Like you, just like the people almost had what they wanted and it got slapped out of their mouths, you know, before they could take a bite. That's what it feels like to me. Power of the people, says Majorum. Hey, I agree. Power of the people. How you doing, Majorum? Welcome. Every Thursday, I do an early morning stream. I go from 6 a.m. to 8 a.m. Eastern. You might notice it's 10:30 Eastern, and yet I'm still here because I'm on vacation, so we're still grinding. You know what I mean? It's a friggin' happy day. Flowers to happiness, going strong in lower guck. Got this shit on lock. Nobody's gonna stop us. Nobody's gonna hinder us in any way. A majority of the players on THJ never played P99 and were from live. See, now that's an angle that's interesting. Perhaps, you know what I mean? Daybreak has a lot more data than we do, right? They know how many players are on their servers. They know when things dip. They know when things rise. Maybe they saw a significant dip. Maybe people even canceled their paid subscriptions. Maybe Chronos whales all of a sudden stopped buying Chronos and they're looking around and then they see THJ. They see this cultural phenomenon. You know what I mean? Like EverQuest is a small niche community in the greater internet, but the ripples of THJ have been felt. You know what I mean? People are talking about it. People are streaming it. People are, you know, excited. And maybe they got jealous, you know? And you say the current TLP was the worst one to date, worst numbers and worst community reaction. Really? I mean, with that combined, you could see them maybe looking to take some action. You know, you got to put yourself in their shoes, and their shoes have overhead. You know what I mean? They are a company. They're not a passion-driven project for the people, by the people. You know, EverQuest enjoyers enjoying EverQuest. They are a corporation with a bottom line. You know what I mean? And I think with that in mind, they're going to make actions that are going to be contrary to what the people want from time to time. You know, they got to cater to the whales. That's how it goes. How much money do you think THJ brought in? You know, if you had to put a number value, where do you guys estimate? You know the future of gaming. Yeah, I know it's the future of gaming is freaking grim. battle passes and microtransactions and unfinished, you know, DLC. It's crazy they blatantly added the real money trade in THJ. They flew too close to the sun, you know? You'd assume no less than $40,000 to $50,000. I would have to agree with you, Chilogan. I feel like it is solidly in the 5-digit range. Could it be more? Could it be a 6-digit number? That I don't know. I don't. I would have to see their menu, right? What were they offering at what price points? You know, how much value could be gained by, you know, a rich whale with, you know, that money was no option? How much could they spend? You know, you got to keep that in mind because I think that's going to be a big chunk of the money. Say it could be close to 6. You'd say a hefty 5 is easy to confirm. Yeah, because at one point it was public knowledge, right? I think it hit 5 digits before it ever got hidden, and that was you know what, very early in the launch. It wasn't even at its peak yet. So, anyways, that being said, I think there's, you know, Daybreak wants their piece of the pie. And their piece of the pie might be the whole damn pie from where they're sitting. Just got to see what the judge thinks, I guess. All I know is if I was THJ, I would not have that see you in court energy because I don't think they have much leg to stand on. That's just my opinion, you know? Heavy disclaimer here. Everything I say is my own opinion. I make it up as I go along half the time. But anyways, it's drama in the EverQuest world is always, you know, I'm not going to say it's welcome, but it's sometimes nice to have something to talk about. This game's been out so long, you know, you can only talk about pops and repops and quests and zones so much. They suspended RMT after they reopened the server. So I don't think they ever closed the server. I think the server stayed up. There is a stipulated agreement that they have to hold the funds in escrow. I would hope they're doing that, right? Because it's a court order at this point. If they defy a court order, they're going to be in a lot more trouble than whatever civil, you know, action they're facing these days. So Quarm shut down, but that was self-imposed. I know we got some ads. I'll chill. I'll chill. Right. Quarm was not mentioned in the lawsuit. Chilogan, what do you think about that? What do you think about that? What do you think about a self-imposed takedown during this time? You think it's silly goosery? Yeah, I mean, I know a lot of people were really enjoying that server. Quorum didn't get express permission. So, do you think it's a guilty conscience? Do you think by trying to lay low, there's a spotlight on the server now? I don't know. You think there's been hundreds, if not thousands, of servers over the years? That's possible, you know? As far as emulated EverQuest goes, I've only played a few. So Chilogan, with that being said, why not just keep it up? If it was just about pulling potential customers, why wouldn't they have taken action when Quorum was 2.5K? I mean, maybe they didn't have the dip in their own numbers. Like, yeah, it's pulling potential customers, but did it pull active customers? And if it pulled active customers, did it pull their favorite customers? You know what I mean? Like they must know. They must know. I'm baiting. I just want to know. I'm just looking for opinions. We're just yapping over here. Hey, Ding 53. I'm dancing. I'm cheering. I'm waving. The group is still fighting, you know? But it's time to celebrate over here. Let's dance again. Hey, every time I ding, I like to do a little stuff, right? Hey, you. Yes, you. No, you. Oh, let's try to. There you go. You. Yes, you. We're just getting started over here. This is the Thursday Rise and Grind show. I usually do it for 2 hours. If you're not awake bright and early on a Thursday, well, then you might not even know this happens every week. Today is different. We're going so hard. And I'm so happy that you're here. I take a knee, you know? I'm so happy that you're here watching me and experiencing this with me. We're here on Red 99. And you, yes, you might find yourself at home in the Discord. It's called the Swamp. Come on in. The water's fine. Does this link still work? Can anybody try this link and tell me if it's fresh or I got to refresh it? That's the Discord invite. Consider it your personal invitation to join the community, the growing community called the Swamp. Champions only. We dance. Hey, if you didn't think we could do it, that slash roots for you. If you out here hating, that slash roots for you. And if you're, if you're quietly hating, you're sneaking about it, and you think I don't know, guess what? That slash roots. But the rest of you, I'm so glad you're here. Please, please, please consider, checking out the YouTube channel. Please, 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 I beg. Check out the Facebook, right? That's the link of the day. I'm going to link one of the social medias every stream, and that'll be the link of the day. Today's the Facebook. If you're not already following on the Facebook, what are you waiting for? You still use that? Let me bless your feed. Let me give you some EverQuest and general gaming content. And, you might like it. With that being said, let's get back to the grind. You think the future of gaming will generate games based on your options, let you play whatever? That's an interesting thought. Kind of like some predictive game creation. Interesting. You're not saying you agree with it, but you can understand the viewpoint. Feel ya. Feel ya. Oh, why the clapping ass touch me? Because it... Oh, right. You're talking about Secret's decision. Absolutely, sure. I could see a lot of potential reasons to do it. I think only Secrets knows. It looked like a fun server, and I know people have been trying to get me to join it, and I was like, nah, I only play PvP servers. I didn't realize that there was actually a little bit of PvP in there, more than you would get from just doing a red name on a blue server, right? Like, it was actually kind of interesting, some of the stuff. Unfortunately, I found out after the server was already down, so, maybe if it comes back up, I might have to try it. Oh, it would be you creating it. That's interesting. It's an interesting theory, Mondasian Wickerman. Maybe we'll have to wait and see if that ends up being the future of gaming. Let's see what else we got over here. Right? Imagine just being like, I want to play EverQuest, but on like a League of Legends map, 5v5, you know? Here's my four friends. We're on one team and you know, try to find us five more people to play against. Be cool. I know that I say that in particular because that was something that a lot of people have talked about, right? Like just combining like a Dota style um, game with the EverQuest that we love. That would be something totally different. Like create a new emu where there's only one zone, you pay real money for entry. I rooted this one. But yeah, I was hoping to ding before the grind was done. You know? Keep it going a little more. So where did Sarge get rooted? We saved you, buddy. Trying to save you anyway. Holy shit. Not even close, right? You'll be fine. Walk it off. Walk it off. Don't fall down a pit. Not even close. He's fine. That was fun and exciting. Alright, let's see if we got any repops in here. We're gonna repops. I think there's a few spots to check, right? I think we got a Cavalier, so we got an AM. It goes. You thought it was a quick get his money scenario? I know, right? We could have. Wouldn't do that to my buddy here. Actually, he's out of range. Too high. Ever since I dinged, I'm too high now. I do believe. Let's see what we see over here. Gotta carefully peek at this one. Check Cavalier. Hey, that lizard just stole your wallet. That lizard just stole that guy's wallet. Love that movie. But it wasn't a lizard that time. That, yes, Back to the Future. That was honestly one of my favorite movies of all time. The first two. I never got super into number three, but I appreciate the wackiness of it. But you know, I just really like the way the first two kind of the way the second one played off the first one, you know? Like you get to revisit scenes from a new point of view now. Things start getting tangled. Love it. So good. Uh, Time travel movies are some of my favorite. And this one gotta be my favorite. Or non-linear. Let's say non-linear. Because I wouldn't call Memento a time travel movie, but it's gonna qualify as like some good like, huh? What do you think the strongest class is on red? I'm a big proponent of the Shadow Knight, but I think everything's got its strengths and its weaknesses. Um, Everything does. Your girlfriend never seen them, so you had her watch the first two and not the third. That's you know, that's the benefit of you know, right? They say hindsight is 20/20. You got hindsight. Turn that hindsight into foresight. Yeah, yeah. What kind of moccasins are they? That yeah, they were trying to relive the what he just jumped ship because he had the big puffy vest on. They thought he was wearing like a life jacket. They were trying to, you know, the whole movie is just like rehashing everything that you know worked in the first two. There's, you know, I don't know. Not the whole movie, but there's just, uh, you get what I'm saying. Say we have three root classes. Well, I got a shovel on, so make it four root two. Not when I want to. Only randomly. So we're 5 hours deep into the stream now. This is such an unprecedented Thursday. I love it. I wish I could do this every Thursday, but you know, the crushing grip of capitalism and all. I think I rooted one while the other one was getting rooted. Like I said, it only happens randomly. Should everyone get intimate with and master jousting? I would say yeah. It just makes you a better EverQuest player in general. Because you can joust NPCs too. You know what I mean? You could take the fight to your pace a lot of times. You know, your mileage may vary, but, you know, joust some NPCs to my benefit. There's a time and a place for everything, right? If I'm in a group with, multiple dot casting classes, running the mob around isn't really benefiting us. It's got to stay still to take max damage. But if I'm soloing by myself, especially on the warrior, oh, I'll joust NPCs all day. Especially stuff that attacks faster than you. No? Just slacking on your SK. SK is really fun. They get solo, they're useful in a group. They can pull. Well, if you enjoy fear kiting, you will love Shadow Knight because they're so good. You don't do a lot of soloing, yeah. If you solo and you fear kite, a lot of stuff. Definitely harder stuff than you can handle the old-fashioned way. Base tank, if you will. Right? That's what we used to call it on the server I played on. Right? Face tanking it. You're actually facing it and tanking it. You know, it's a strategy. It's not the only strategy. It's a strategy. You're doing Halfling Guards and Misty, but couldn't find a place to sell the weapons. Dang. I think where would be the closest? I bet. Did I root them? Then? What's going on here? I rooted the frog, maybe. Wait, didn't I pull something? Where'd it go? Either that or it's training me. Oh, we're all disconnecting. No! That's what's happening. Oh boy. I think we're all linked dead, yeah. Hmm. Hmm. Is this a red only issue or is this happening P99 wise? It's daybreak. They finally come for us. First it was THJ, and we said nothing. And then they came for the Akbar project. I'm just kidding. They didn't come from Akbar. And we said nothing. And now they come for us. Uh-oh. Red's getting... Alright. I'm going to hit a /Q, I guess. I was in the middle. I was pulling a Dar. Not a good time to go link dead. P99.com is down too. Time to cope and seethe. Cope and seethe stream incoming. EQ Emu site is down as well. No, listen. But I already said I'm not doing any sky is falling shit today, so don't even. Sorry, I just opened up Facebook and started playing my last video. You like that one? It's over. We're all cooked. No, 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 not cooked. Nothing is fucked here, dude. You got hey, breaking news. Yeah, who here RMT'd? It's because it's that time I accidentally screen dragged, right? They had to take down the whole server. Oh well, there's always World of Work. This is the end of the world of Warcraft. Listen, it wasn't me. Okay. Let's grab a snack. Let's regroup here in 30 seconds, okay? Server will be up. We'll all be fine, okay? Nothing is fucked here. Hmm. Hmm. Well, shit, what do you think? Just getting started over here. People are still playing, it looks like. Huh. Just not me. I'm not still playing. A cyber attack. They couldn't win in Norath. They had to take it elsewhere. No, I don't think it's a cyber attack. I think, I don't know what I think. You know? I don't know. But what I do know is we got a good solid 5 hour grind in this morning. You know, if that's what it is, that's what it is. They can cyber attack these nuts. Um, I hope that the server's back up by the time we get home. I think I'm gonna cut it here. Right, we had a good solid run. I got to ding. 53 on well adjusted. I did. Got to do it.
There he is.
Thank you for that follow. Hey, anybody who hasn't followed yet, perfect opportunity. Hit it now. You'll see when I go live again. Sunday, it's the Sunday Swamptacular Splash Fest. I'm gonna be here. If the server's not up, then you know, I'll make my own EverQuest with blackjack and hookers. If we log in, are we in an aggro spot? Unfortunately, yes. We will probably be fighting at least one frog, if not 3 frogs. So we should probably try to log in together. Still no. Looks like you're still not reaching the connection. Hey, Sunday, Swamptacular Splash Fest 2025. Only one frog? Okay, good, good. Chilogan, I was out pulling, so I'm in a different situation. Who knows where I'm going to be.
There he is.
But Sunday Swamptacular Splash Fest, like I said, if the server's not up, I'll make my own blackjack with hookers. I mean, I'll make my own EverQuest with blackjack and hookers. And if you know, if we're lucky and the server comes right back up, I might play some egg hunt because I'm home. I ain't got shit going on. Of course, they got to take this away from me right now when I'm trying to go hard in the name of Fippy Darkpaw. Usually, I like to go raid an EverQuest stream at the end of the stream, right? We all keep this energy high. We go find another pal stream an EverQuest. But I mean, if servers are down, I don't know if we're gonna find another Cope and Seed stream. I think let's see what we see. I appreciate everyone who's been here today. I really, really, really do appreciate it. If you haven't joined the Discord yet, let me pop that link in the chat for you one last time. The P99 site's back up. Well, shit. Yeah, Dresden got it banned. He reported. Yeah, I'm still not able to log in. It looks like. Anyone else excited for the blackjack and hookers? Yeah, I know. I really, really, really hope that everything's cool. You know, I was just saying we're fine. You know, P99 has an agreement. But anyway, it's not the end of the world of Warcraft. Let's go see Makozy. You guys like Makozy? If you don't know Makozy, he's one of my favorites. He's a real character. He enjoys EverQuest too. Right now, he's enjoying some World of Warcraft. Let's show him some love, all right? Raid incoming. Okay? And hey, when P99 comes back up, let's spam the Discord, right? So that we all know. Everybody go crazy, all right? It's Roscoe Jenkins. Hey, you're just in time. I just ended the stream because the server went down. So we're gonna go watch Makozy play World of Warcraft. I'll see you there, all right? And I'll talk to you guys on Discord. And you know, if the server comes back up, you know where to find me. Let's go raid him. Show him some love, all right? Peace out, everybody. Really appreciate you.